Fanny Alger. Marriage date unknown. Probably late 1835 or early 1836. Born on September 20th, 1816, as one of 10 children to Samuel Alger and Clarissa Hancock Alger, Fanny provided household help in the Smith household in Kirtland, Ohio. Not much is known about this union, as none of the participants elaborated on the topic. What we do have is a collection of late and second-hand reminiscences that may or may not give us clues as to what transpired. Mary Elizabeth Leitner, a plural wife of the prophet, recalled in 1905 Joseph's words relating how an angel appeared to him in 1834, commanding him to restore the practice of polygamy. The angel came to me 3 times between the years of 1834 and 1842 and said I was to obey that principle. This directive may have prompted Joseph to enter a plural marriage sometime thereafter. Benjamin F. Johnson, a close friend of Joseph Smith beginning in the Kirtland period, recalled the circumstances in 1903. And now as to your question, how early did the prophet Joseph practice polygamy? In 1835 at Kirtland, I learned from my sister's husband, Lyman R. Sherman, who was close to the prophet and received it from him, that the ancient order of plural marriage was again to be practiced by the church. This at the time did not impress my mind deeply, although there lived then with his family, the prophet's, a neighbor's daughter, Fanny Alger, a very nice and comely young woman about my own age, toward whom not only myself but everyone seemed partial for the amiability of her character, and it was whispered even then that Joseph loved her. According to Mosiah Hancock, writing in 1896, Joseph did not approach Fanny directly. Rather, he enlisted Levi Hancock, the brother-in-law of Fanny's father, to serve as an intermediary. Levi first approached Samuel Alger, Fanny's father. "Samuel, the prophet Joseph loves your daughter Fanny and wishes her for a wife. What say you?" "Uncle Sam says, go and talk to the old woman," Levi's sister and Fanny's mother, "about it. 'Twill be as she says." Father goes to his sister and says, "Clarissa, brother Joseph, the prophet of the Most High God, loves Fanny and wishes her for a wife. What say you?" Said she, "Go and talk to Fanny. It will be all right with me." Father goes to Fanny and said, "Fanny, brother Joseph the prophet loves you and wishes you for a wife. Will you be his wife?" "I will, Levi," said she. Father takes Fanny to Joseph and said, "Brother Joseph, I have been successful in my mission." Father gave her to Joseph, repeating the ceremony as Joseph repeated to him. While some authors have alleged that this relationship was not an actual marriage, Mosiah Hancock states that a ceremony was performed, making the relationship a plural matrimony from a religious perspective. In addition, important new evidence supports that Fanny was a plural wife of Joseph Smith. In 2009, Don Bradley discovered a folder at the Church History Library containing Andrew Jensen's research notes, a folder that no previous polygamy investigator had viewed. Jensen used those notes to write his 1887 article published in The Historical Record, entitled Plural Marriage. In preparation for that article, Jensen interviewed several Nauvoo polygamists still living, including Joseph's plural wives Melissa Lott and Eliza R. Snow. He recorded that Eliza was well acquainted with her, Fanny Alger, as she had lived with the prophet at the time. Eliza's proximity to the events is important because in 1886, she personally wrote Fanny's name on a list of Joseph Smith's wives, affirming the relationship was a marriage. Things didn't go well for Joseph and Fanny. In an 1872 letter from William McClellan to Joseph Smith III, McClellan recalled details of an 1847 conversation with Emma Smith, where Emma acknowledged that in the spring of 1836, she missed Joseph and Fanny Alger. She went to the barn and saw him and Fanny in the barn together alone. She looked through a crack and saw the transaction. She told me the story was verily true. What Emma witnessed is not specific. Whether it was the plural marriage ceremony, an exchange of affection, or even sexual relations, we're not told. Regardless, it is obvious Emma did not believe the ceremony was valid and concluded the relationship was adulterous. Ironically, Oliver Cowdery, who Joseph summoned to defuse the situation, sided with Emma, discontinuing the validity of the polygamous marriage and later referring to it as a dirty, nasty, filthy scrape. Oliver's vitriol may have been intensified due to his frustrations from recent leadership changes that diminished his overall importance. As a consequence of the discovery, Emma immediately turned Fanny out of the house. Subsequently, both women were severely traumatized and Oliver Cowdery alienated. In addition, rumors of adultery quietly spread among the saints, although they were never loud enough to reach the local media. The first mention of the relationship in any known manuscript occurred in January of 1838. No contemporaneous documentation of the association has been found. The evidence is inconclusive regarding the question of whether the Joseph Smith and Fanny Alger plural union included conjugal relations. The Alger family left for Missouri in September 1836, accompanied by Fanny. 2 months later, in Wayne County, Indiana, she married non-member Solomon Custer. The clerk recorded, Dublin, November 16, 1836. This day married by me, Levi Eastridge, a justice of the peace for Wayne County and state of Indiana, Mr. Solomon Custer, and Miss Fanny Alger, both of this town. Benjamin Johnson reported this marriage, but misdates it by more than a year. Soon after the Prophet's flight in the winter of 1837 and 1838, actually January 1838, the Alger family left for the West, and stopping in Indiana for a time, Fanny soon married one of the citizens there. Todd Compton comments, one can only speculate on Fanny's motives for marrying a non-Mormon after a courtship that could have only been a matter of weeks. Perhaps she felt that Smith had abandoned her after Emma ejected her from the household. It is also possible that she simply fell in love with Solomon, who, unlike Smith, was her own age, 19. Fanny stayed in Wayne County and raised a large family. She apparently joined the Universalist Church in 1874 and remained a member until her death in 1889. Her obituary stated, she, Fanny Alger, joined the Universalist Church on the evening of the 10th of October, 1874, and until her last held to that belief. She passed away peacefully and resignedly, with an abiding faith in the justice and love of an all-powerful and supreme being, and with joy in the full belief that she would meet with dear ones gone before. Having fulfilled the duties of life with a conscientious regard for the welfare and happiness of those who were compelled to lean on her in her middle and early life, she passed away fully trusting that the welcome applauded summons, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant, enter thou into the joy of the Lord," would greet her on the other side. Funeral services were held at the Universalist Church in Dublin, Indiana, on Sabbath morning, December 1st, 1889, Reverend P.S. Cook and C.T. Swain officiating. Late in life, she reportedly rebuffed questions about her relationship with Joseph Smith. "That is all a matter of my own, and I have nothing to communicate." Although he does not provide a source for his declaration, according to Benjamin Johnson, she did not turn from the church nor from her friendship for the prophet while she lived. Lucinda Pendleton, sealing date unknown. Lucinda was born September 27, 1801, and married renowned anti-Mason William Morgan in 1819. Morgan was apparently murdered 7 years later, and Lucinda married George Washington Harris in 1830. The Harris family was baptized in 1834, and by March 1838 was living in Far West Missouri, where George served on the High Council of the stake. Joseph Smith visited Far West from the latter part of October or 1st of November until shortly after November 10th, 1837, and probably met the Harrises at that time. He returned 5 months later with Emma and his children. Joseph Smith's diary records, "On the 14th of March, 1838, as we were about entering Far West, many of the brethren came out to meet us, who also with open arms welcomed us to their bosoms. We were immediately received under the hospitable roof of Brother George W. Harris, who treated us with all possible kindness, and we refreshed ourselves with much satisfaction after our long and tedious journey." The Smiths stayed with the Harrises for 2 months. Both families relocated to Nauvoo by the early 1840s. Lucinda Pendleton left no records. Consequently, questions arise concerning the reliability of the data corroborating her sealing to Joseph Smith and its timing. Not all historians agree that a connubial relationship was formed. Richard Lloyd Anderson and Scott H. Fallring wrote, "The claim that Lucinda was sealed to Joseph Smith is not based on impressive evidence." Supportive documentation includes Lucinda's proxy sealing to Joseph Smith performed in the Nauvoo Temple on January 22, 1846, and a ceremony that was repeated, completely vicariously, in the Salt Lake Temple in 1899. But several of the women who participated in proxy sealing to the prophet in the Nauvoo Temple were not married to him while he was living. For example, Cordelia Callista Morley turned down a sealing proposal from the prophet during his lifetime, but was sealed to him vicariously in the Nauvoo Temple on January 27, 1846. Evidence for a sealing in Nauvoo during Joseph's lifetime is non-existent. No affidavits from witnesses or other participants have been found. In mid-July 1840, George, Lucinda's legal husband, was sent on a mission to travel eastward collecting funds and materials for church publications. He left soon after July 25th, labored for a year in the eastern states, especially New York, then returned home in September 1841. A few authors have written that Lucinda Pendleton Morgan Harris apostatized and joined a Catholic convent in the 1860s, but the evidence supporting this is problematic. In contrast, Masonic historian William Leon Cummings wrote in 1934, "At some time prior to 1853, Mrs. Harris separated from her husband, for in 1856, Mr. Harris petitioned for a divorce, on the grounds that his wife had willfully deserted him, and without reasonable cause absented herself for more than the space of 3 years. Recently discovered evidence prove that she died at the home of her daughter, Mrs. Lucinda Wesley Smith, in Memphis, Tennessee in 1856. While Lucinda physically removed herself from the main body of the saints to live with her daughter in the early 1850s, her feelings toward the faith and Joseph Smith prior to her death are unknown. Louisa Beeman, sealed April 5, 1841. Louisa Beeman was born February 7, 1815, to Alva Beeman and Sarah Burtz Beeman in Livonia, New York, some 25 miles south of Palmyra. In 1829, Alva became one of the earliest converts to the religion and assisted Joseph Smith as he was translating the Book of Mormon by helping to hide the golden plates. The family migrated to Kirtland, Ohio, but in 1837, Alva died. Louisa's sister Mary married Joseph B. Noble in 1834, and by 1840, Louisa was living with the Nobles in Montrose, Iowa, and later Nauvoo, Illinois. Cyrus Wheelock remembered some of the earliest teaching from the prophet Joseph Smith regarding plural marriage. The first time I recollect hearing him, Joseph Smith, teach was in Iowa, at a place called Montrose. It was at Montrose in Iowa, at the house of one Joseph Bates Noble. Noble moved to Montrose across the Mississippi River to Nauvoo in 1839. He stayed until late 1841, dating this event to that period. Noble testified in 1869. In the fall of the year AD 1840, Joseph Smith taught him the principle of celestial marriage, or a plurality of wives, and that the said Joseph Smith declared that he had received a revelation from God on the subject, and that the angel of the Lord had commanded him, Joseph Smith, to move forward in the said order of marriage, and further, that the said Joseph Smith requested him, Joseph Bates Noble, to step forward and assist him in carrying out the said principle. As the prophet taught in Joseph B. Noble's home, the audience included members of his own family and his wife's sister, Louisa Beeman. The Noble clan embraced the instructions, and Louisa specifically accepted a plural marriage proposal from the prophet. Joseph Noble attested several times to this marriage. In 1869, Noble signed an affidavit affirming that on the 5th day of April AD 1841, at the city of Nauvoo, county of Hancock, state of Illinois, he married or sealed Louisa Beeman to Joseph Smith. Noble later related that he performed the first sealing ceremony in this dispensation, in which he united Sister Louisa Beeman to the prophet Joseph in May, I think the 5th day in 1841, during the evening under an elm tree in Nauvoo, the bride disguised in a coat and hat. The reference to a coat and hat is singular. While secrecy was routine, it appears to be the only description of a plural marriage that implemented the use of costume or camouflage. No other accounts associated with Louisa Beeman or any other of Joseph Smith's plural sealings include such details. In 1892, when asked about the authority he used to seal Louisa Beeman to Joseph Smith, Noble stated with a hint of pride, "I know this, that the lawgiver, Joseph Smith, authorized it. I got it all right from the prophet himself. That is where I got it. I sealed her to him, and I did a good job, too." In an 1883 state conference, Noble provided additional details. The prophet gave the form of this ceremony, Elder Noble repeating the words after him. Elsewhere, he declared, "It was the first ceremony of the plural marriage performed in this dispensation, and that it was done in a whisper." It appears this sealing was for time and eternity and included sexual relations. Joseph B. Noble testified in the 1892 Temple Lot trial. "Do you know whether Joseph Smith ever lived any with Louisa Beeman as his wife?" "I knew it, for I saw him in bed with her." "What made you say the other day that Joseph Smith and that woman you sealed to him slept together that night?" "Because they did sleep together." "If you were not there that night, how do you know they slept together?" "Well, they slept together, I know. If it was not that night, it was 2 or 3 nights after that." "Where did they sleep together?" "Right straight across the river at my house they slept together." "Did he sleep with her the first night after the ceremony was performed?" "He did." "Now you say that he did sleep with her." "I do." "How do you know he did?" "Well, I was there." "And you saw them go to bed together?" "I gave him counsel." "What counsel did you give him?" "I said, blow out the light and get into bed and you'll be safer there." And he took my advice, or counsel. "Well, did you stay there until the lights were blown out?" "No, sir, I did not stay until they blowed out the lights then." "Well, you did not see him get into bed with her that time?" "No, sir." "And so you don't know whether he followed your advice from your own knowledge?" "No, sir, I did not see him, but he told me he did." "Well, you know from your own knowledge that he did?" "Well, I am confident he did." "But you don't know it of your own knowledge from seeing him do it?" "No, sir, for I was not there." Louisa Beeman apparently left no accounts of the sealing ceremony or of her relationship with the prophet. However, in 1883, Elder Noble bore testimony to the purity of character of his sister-in-law, who was a woman of irreproachable morality, who entered into the plural marriage relation on a deep-seated conviction that the doctrine was from God. She died in Utah in 1850, an active member of the church. Zina Huntington, sealed October 27, 1841. Zina Diantha Huntington was born on January 31, 1821, in Watertown, New York, the fourth of 10 children of William Huntington and Zina Baker. While the Huntingtons heard of Joseph Smith in 1831, they did not join the church until 1835, after they had read the Book of Mormon several times. The following year, they moved to Kirtland, where they lived until 1838. Thereafter, they stayed in Missouri 11 months, and then relocated to Nauvoo. In 1840, Zina met Henry Jacobs and agreed to wed him. Oa Cannon, Zina's biographer, wrote, "While Zina and her brothers were living with the prophet and Emma, she met and became engaged to Henry Bailey Jacobs. They asked the prophet to perform their marriage ceremony, which was to be held at the county clerk's office, March 7, 1841. When the couple arrived, the prophet was not there. After a wait, they decided to ask the clerk, John C. Bennett, if he would perform the marriage, which he did. When the couple later met the prophet, Zina asked him why he hadn't come as he had promised. He told her it had been made known to him that she was to be his celestial wife, and he could not give to another one who had been given to him." On May 1, 1869, Zina Huntington signed the following affidavit. "Be it remembered that on this first day of May, A.D. 1869, before me, Elias Smith, probate judge for said county, personally appeared Zina Diantha Huntington Young, who was by me sworn in due form of law, and upon her oath saith, that on the 27th day of October, A.D. 1841, at the city of Nauvoo, county of Hancock, state of Illinois, she was married or sealed to Joseph Smith, president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, by Dimmock B. Huntington, a high priest in said church, according to the laws of the same, regulating marriage, in the presence of Fanny Maria Huntington." Concerning her October 27th sealing to Joseph Smith, Zina also penned, "When I heard that God had revealed the law of celestial marriage, that we would have the privilege of associating in family relationship in the worlds to come, I searched the scripture, and by humble prayer to my Heavenly Father, I obtained a testimony for himself that God had required that order to be established in his church. I made greater sacrifice than to give my life, for I never anticipated again to be looked upon as an honorable woman by those I dearly loved. How could I compromise conscience and lay aside the sure testimony of the Spirit of God for the glory of this world?" Like other eternity-only plural wives, Zina referred to the events and process that led up to her sealing to the prophet, but she left no record discussing any special interactions with him after the marriage ceremony. In an 1898 interview with RLDS elder John W. White, Zina D. Huntington was questioned regarding her relationship with the prophet. "How, then, could you have been sealed to Joseph Smith without first having heard the doctrine of plural marriage?" "Joseph Smith sent my brother Dimmock to explain it to me." "It is a fact, then, that you were never taught it by Joseph Smith himself?" "My brother Dimmock told me what Joseph had told him. I knew it was from the Lord, and I received it. Joseph did not come until afterward." "You mean by that, then, that after your brother Dimmock had returned to Joseph and given him the information that you had accepted such teaching, that Joseph then came to you, prior to having been sealed, and taught you the doctrine of plural marriage?" "I told you that the Lord had revealed to Joseph Smith that he was to marry me. I received it from Joseph through my brother Dimmock." "Who was present at the time that Joseph taught you the doctrine of sealing, besides yourself and Joseph?" "My brother Dimmock." A portion of an 1887 newspaper article based upon an interview with Zina Huntington affirms that she was not Joseph Smith's first plural wife in Nauvoo. Louisa Beeman married to the prophet April 5, 1841, the first woman of modern times who ventured into polygamy. If Zina's sealing preceded Louisa's, it seems likely that she would have clarified it. In addition, in the 1898 interview with RLDS elder John W. White, Zina provided clarifying responses regarding the type of sealing she experienced with the prophet. Then it is a fact, Mrs. Zina Young, is it not, that you married Mr. Smith at the same time you were married to Mr. Henry Jacobs? What right have you to ask such questions? I was sealed to Joseph Smith for eternity. Mrs. Young, you claim, I believe, that you were not married to him for time? For eternity. I was married to Mr. Jacobs, but the marriage was unhappy and we parted. I presume you are aware of the fact that it is claimed by your church that the marriage with Mr. Jacobs was not an agreeable one. That is true. Is it a fact then, Mrs. Young, that Joseph was not married to you only in the sense of being sealed for eternity? As his wife for time and eternity. Mrs. Young, you have answered that question in two ways, for time and eternity. I meant for eternity. When the interviewer White pointed out the confusion, Zina clarified that her sealing was for eternity. Critics might assert that Zina was attempting to cover up polyandrous sexual relations. However, Zina was undoubtedly aware that the RLDS interviewer was trying to establish that Joseph Smith did not experience conjugal relations with anyone but Emma, his legal wife, an admission by Zina that her marriage was for eternity only, and without sexual relations played right into White's hands by providing him with the exact evidence he was seeking. Nonetheless, Zina knew that some of Joseph's plural marriages were for time and eternity and included connubial relations. As a consequence, she may have been reticent to comply with White's designs by providing evidence that might have been used to perpetuate a deception. Whatever the relationship between Zina and Henry Jacobs during Joseph Smith's lifetime, it is clear that Zina and Henry were united after the martyrdom, since she conceived a son with him approximately June 30th, 1845. When Henry and Zina attended the Nauvoo Temple on February 2nd, Henry stood as a witness as Zina was resealed to Joseph Smith for eternity. At this point, a strange thing occurred. Zina, who was 7 months pregnant with Henry's child, was sealed to Brigham Young for time. The motivations for this sealing are unclear. Reportedly, Joseph Smith asked the 12 to marry his widows to take care of them, but Zina needed no such support as Henry was a dutiful husband. Zina's dissatisfaction with her marriage to Henry may have played a role. She told an interviewer in 1898, "I was married to Mr. Jacobs, but the marriage was unhappy and we parted." She also characterized the union as a most unhappy and ill-assorted marriage. Whether she had privately met with Brigham Young and requested a separation from Henry is unknown. Despite her February 2nd, 1846 temple marriage for time to Brigham, Zina traveled with Henry as they left Nauvoo for the West just 5 days later. Henry cared for pregnant Zina, who delivered their second child, Henry Sheraton Jacobs, on March 22nd at the crossing of the Sheraton River in Iowa. A little over 2 months later, while camped at Mount Pisgah, Iowa, Brigham Young called Henry on a mission to England, apparently informing him that Zina was no longer his wife and advising him to marry another wife. Despite these heart-wrenching proceedings, Henry Jacobs remained true to his faith and to Brigham Young, writing to Zina on June 25th, less than a month after leaving on his mission. "I do not blame any person. May the Lord our Father bless Brother Brigham and tell him for me I have no feelings against him, nor ever had." Within weeks as a missionary, Henry had proposed to 2 different women. He went on to wed 3 more times, with each union ending in divorce. In the wake of her religious divorce from Henry, Zina moved closer to the inner circle of Brigham Young's plural wives, where she was accepted and cared for until arriving at Salt Lake City on September 20th, 1848. With Brigham's help and assistance from her brothers Dimmock, Oliver, and William, she was established in a small cabin in the central fort. Zina's biographers recount the next events. In early February 1849, Brigham stopped by, apparently unannounced, one Sunday evening, and the two had a very agreeable visit. The next week, on 13 February, Zina, for the first time, invited Brigham to her home for supper. Zina does not mention seeing her husband again for a month. Then, on 15 March, Brigham reappeared, and this time she records briefly that he stayed the night. The next day, Zina prepared to move, evidently as a result of Brigham's instructions the previous night. The following day, Zina reflected in her journal, "Many are the reflections of my mind. My father and mother is not. Joseph is not. Brigham Young is very kind indeed." Regarding this entry, Bradley and Woodward ask, why on the eve of this public change in her marital status, 24 hours after what was probably the consummation of her marriage with Brigham Young, does she linger over the fact that her father, mother, and idolized prophet husband Joseph Smith are dead, before reminding herself that Brigham is very kind indeed? Conspicuous by his absence from this list of loved ones is the still living Henry Jacobs, who, by every indication, loved her passionately. Where were her memories of him? Like the experiences of other women with legal husbands, Zina's plural marriages are odd, even by polygamy standards. They are polyandrous in a ceremonial sense, but sexually, they seem to represent consecutive matrimonies to Henry and then Brigham. That her sealing to Joseph Smith was for eternity only and without conjugality, or for time and eternity and consummated, is undocumented, except for Zina's one statement in the White interview, and will probably never be known. Regardless, there is no evidence of polyandrous sexuality in any of Zina's marriages. Zina Huntington sent a letter to Mary Elizabeth Rollins Leitner on June 27, 1886, the anniversary of Joseph Smith's martyrdom. We remember this day of all days to us. I went into Sister Eliza's. We talked over our past a little. Then Sister E spoke in tongues to comfort and cheer us, and how the veil was thinning as we advanced I cannot tell, but you will feel the spirit of it. At 3 p.m., Sister Emily P. Young sent over for Susan, and Sister Presendia was there to be administered to. We left her resting. I wonder what Joseph will want next to go on with the work in the other land, just so we are prepared all right. I hope she will soon be restored. Zina served as the third general president of the Relief Society, set apart on April 8, 1888, and as the first matron of the Salt Lake Temple in 1893. 8 years later, she died firm in the faith she had sacrificed for most of her life. In an 1895 memoir, she reflected, "I received a testimony for myself from the Lord of this work, and that Joseph Smith was a prophet of God before I ever saw him, while I resided in the state of New York, given in answer to prayer. I knew him in his lifetime, and know him to have been a great, true man and a servant of God. I wish to bear my testimony to the principle of celestial marriage, that it is true." Presendia Huntington, sealed December 11th, 1841. Presendia Huntington was born on September 7th, 1810, in Waterton, New York, the fourth of 10 children of William Huntington and Zina Baker. In 1827, at age 16, she married Norman Buell. Her sister Zina introduced her to the church in 1835, and she and Norman joined the following year. In 1838, The couple migrated to Missouri, where Norman became disaffected from the church. Nevertheless, through Presendia's coaxing, the Buell family moved to Lima, Illinois, 30 miles south of Nauvoo, at the end of 1840. Sometime in 1841, Joseph Smith taught Presendia regarding eternal marriage. Since her husband was inactive, she could not be sealed to him. Joseph's revelation states that individuals who are not sealed to an eternal spouse remain separately and singly, without exaltation in their saved condition to all eternity. Doctrine and Covenants, section 132, verse 17. Presendia needed a husband for the next life. On May 1, 1869, she signed the following affidavit. Be it remembered that on this first day of May, AD 1869, personally appeared before me, Elias Smith, probate judge for said county, Presendia Lathrop Huntington Kimball, who was by me sworn in due form of law, and upon her oath saith that on the 11th day of December, AD 1841, at the city of Nauvoo, county of Hancock, state of Illinois, she was married or sealed to Joseph Smith, president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, by Dimmick B. Huntington, a high priest in said church, according to the laws of the same regulating marriage, in the presence of Fanny Maria Huntington. Oliver Huntington remembered in 1883, Dimmick gave our sisters Zina and Presendia to Joseph as wives for eternity. The only other record from Presendia regarding this sealing is her 1881 biographical sketch that states, I was married to Norman Buell January 6, 1827. Both joined the church in Kirtland, Geauga County, Ohio. He left the church in Missouri, 1839. The Lord gave me strength to stand alone and keep the faith. Amid heavy persecution in 1841, I entered into the new and everlasting covenant. I was sealed to Joseph Smith the prophet and seer, and to the best of my ability I have honored plural marriage, never speaking one word against the principle. Emmeline Wells wrote in The Woman's Exponent, Sister Presendia became more familiarly associated with the prophet and his teachings. Joseph himself taught the principle of plural marriage to Sister Presendia, and her heart was humble, and her mind open to receive the revelations of heaven. She knew Joseph to be a man of God, and she had received many manifestations in proof of this, and consequently, when he explained to her clearly the knowledge which he had obtained from the Lord, she accepted the sealing ordinances with Joseph as a sacred and holy confirmation. Presendia's faith in the church and Joseph Smith never wavered. She wrote to Mary Elizabeth Rollins Leitner on March 9, 1880, saying, Won't it be a happy time for us if we can gain the place where Joseph and our loved ones mingle? Presendia died in 1892, having penned in her autobiographical sketch, Never in my life in this kingdom, which is 44 years, have I doubted the truth of this great work, revealed in these the last days. Agnes Moulton Coolbrith, sealed January 6, 1842. Born July 9, 1808, the third of 8 children, Agnes Moulton Coolbrith joined the church in Boston on June 26, 1832. She traveled to Ohio, and although she was 8 years older than Don Carlos Smith, brother of the prophet, they wed on July 30th, 1835. 2 years later, on May 7th, they left for Missouri, where they stayed until February 1839. By November, they were situated in Nauvoo. 2 years later, on August 7th, 1841, Don Carlos passed away. 5 months later, Joseph Smith was sealed to Agnes. Brigham Young's journal for January 6, 1842 records, I was taken into the lodge. J. Smith, W.A.S., Agnes. The word W.A.S. probably stands for wed and sealed. Whether it was for time, eternity, or time and eternity is not known. Contradictory evidence exists concerning Don Carlos's feelings toward plural marriage. An 1892 account from Marianne West, who lived with Agnes in Nauvoo after Don Carlos's death, states, She, Agnes, told me herself she was married to Joseph Smith. She said it was the wish of her husband, Don Carlos, that she should marry him, Joseph. In 1890, Ebenezer Robinson quoted him, saying, "Any man who will teach and practice the doctrine of spiritual whiffery will go to hell. I don't care if it is my brother Joseph." Robinson added, he was a bitter opposer of the spiritual wife doctrine. The recollection is problematic because there is no contemporary evidence that anyone was using the term spiritual whiffery in 1841. Agnes Coolbrith married an LDS church member, William Pickett, after Joseph Smith's death. Brother Pickett eventually left the church and transported his family to California. In 1876, just months before her death, Agnes was visited by David and Alexander Smith, who were on a missionary journey promoting their anti-polygamist RLDS religion. Undoubtedly, they were surprised by what their Aunt Agnes had to say. Lucy Walker visited Agnes's daughter Ina 8 years later and was warmly received. Concerning the visit, Lucy wrote, "I had a very pleasant visit at Oakland, California with Ina Coolbrith, the daughter of Agnes Coolbrith, who received me with much tenderness and affection. From her, I learned many things I was glad to know. One fact was that her mother bore testimony to the boys, Joseph and Emma Smith's sons, members of the RLDS Church who visited in 1876, in regard to the faith and teachings of their father, and told them that what they had seen and heard in Salt Lake was truth, that those women were their father's wives, and it was useless to promulgate falsehood to the world, and advised them to desist. They pretended not to believe, but she could see plainly they were stung with the truth of her testimony." David seemed struck dumb, astounded at the living testimony of so many. What could their object be? Alexander said he would not take anybody's word, not even Aunt Agnes. Joseph Smith III would not talk on the subject. After they left, they sent Ina what purported to be the history of their father with their mother's dying testimony, and desired her to place them in the library. She wrote them she could not, with the knowledge she had, that they were false. While Agnes Coolbrith had separated herself physically from the Utah church by moving to California and had apparently lost faith in the restored gospel, she remained in contact with various church members throughout her life. Even though she dropped all affiliation with the faith, when RLDS missionaries came teaching Joseph Smith was not a polygamist, Agnes directly challenged their testimony by recalling earlier events in her own life. Reportedly, her last words were, "Oh, what a dupe I have been! What a dupe I have been!" Agnes's daughter interpreted this as referring to her association with Mormonism, while Agnes's nephew apostle, Joseph F. Smith, believed it a reference to marriage to William Pickett and her separation from the church. Sylvia Sessions, sealing date unknown, probably late 1842 or early 1843. Sylvia Porter Sessions was born on July 31, 1818, in Andover, Maine, to David Sessions and Patty Bartlett Sessions. The family was baptized in 1835 and migrated to Missouri in 1837. There, Sylvia met Windsor Lyon, whom she married on April 21, 1838, in a ceremony performed by Joseph Smith. 2 years later, they had relocated to Nauvoo, where she was sealed to the prophet, probably late 1842 or early 1843. In the past few decades, researchers have scrutinized Sylvia's relationship with Joseph Smith, perhaps more than any of his plural marriages. Many review the limited available evidences and assume that her daughter Josephine Lyon was fathered by Joseph Smith. In fact, Brian Hales was largely convinced this was the case until recently. Josephine Lyon was born February 8, 1844, which correlates with the conception date of approximately May 18, 1843, if she were full term. In 2016, Dr. Hugo Perigo shared the result of his painstaking analysis of DNA data showing Windsor was Josephine's father. For many, this was not the expected result, but it makes it easier to understand Joseph's ceilings to legally married women. The 2016 DNA evidence supports that Windsor was the only husband with whom Sylvia experienced conjugality in Nauvoo, and that her ceiling to Joseph was a non-sexual, eternity-only relationship, like that of Ruth Vos Sayers, who was to be Joseph's wife only after death. Despite this indisputable finding, the issue is not settled, and probably never will be. One puzzling document recounts how shortly before her 1822 death, Sylvia called Josephine to her side. Josephine reported in 1915, "She then told me that I was the daughter of the prophet Joseph Smith." Generally, this language would be interpreted to mean physical paternity. However, an eternity-only ceiling between Sylvia and Joseph would have made Josephine his daughter in a spiritual sense automatically, since she was born in the covenant of that ceiling. Also, within the church starting with the 1877 dedication of the St. George Temple, proxy sealings as vicarious adoption ordinances were creating fathers and daughters among individuals with no physical kinship relation. While not always reliable, family history records indicate that another daughter, Phoebe Clark, was also present and was told the same thing. Phoebe was born to Sylvia Sessions after Windsor died, and she remarried to Ezekiel Clark. So in Phoebe's case, it could only have been a spiritual relationship supporting that Josephine's kinship as a daughter was also spiritual, not secondary to physical union. For this and other reasons, several researchers have written that the language is too ambiguous to draw strict conclusions. Author Rex E. Cooper declared, "I find the evidence to be less convincing." Other scholars have agreed. Additional supportive evidence comes from a letter from Joseph Smith III to RLDS leader E.C. Brand in 1894. She, Sylvia, may have been sealed, but her testimony to E.C. Briggs gives the case away as to children by Joseph Smith. If my memory serves me right, she was childless in Nauvoo. President Smith then added, "Mountainous air and some vigorous proxy may have done for Joseph what he did not for himself. Less the enjoyment, of course." I've not been able to locate any notes from an interview between E.C. Higgs and Sylvia Sessions, but Joseph Smith III concluded that Sylvia's comments precluded any children being born as a result of her relationship with the prophet. Contrasting this view are rumors that Josephine was the physical offspring of Joseph Smith. In 1888, George Brimhall recorded in his journal, "Went to Spanish Fork. Evening had a talk with Father Hales, who told me that it was said that Joseph Smith had a daughter named Josephine living in Bountiful, Utah. At that time, Josephine Lyon lived in Bountiful with her husband, Mr. Fisher." Similarly, stake President Angus Cannon told Joseph Smith III in 1905, "I will now refer you to one case where it was said by the girl's grandmother that your father, Joseph Smith, has a daughter born of a plural wife. The girl's grandmother was Mother Sessions, who lived in Nauvoo and died here in the valley. She was the granddaughter of Mother Sessions. That girl, I believe, is living today in Bountiful, north of this city." It is likely that Sylvia's relationship with Joseph Smith will always be controversial, primarily due to the limited number of available evidences that reflect ambiguities and apparent contradictions. While details are missing, it is certain that there is no theological or historical context for claims of Nauvoo polyandry. Mary Elizabeth Rollins, sealed February 1842. Mary Elizabeth was born on April 9, 1818, in Lima, New York, about 20 miles southwest of Palmyra, to John Porter Rollins and Keziah Keturah Van Benthuizen Rollins. The Rollins family moved to Mentor, Ohio, near Kirtland, in 1830, where Mary was baptized by Parley P. Pratt on the Isaac Morley farm. Her family moved to Independence, Missouri in 1831, and 4 years later, she married a non-Mormon, Adam Leitner. The Leitners migrated to Nauvoo in 1840 and boarded with Mary's mother. In a 1902 signed statement, Mary Elizabeth summarized her experience. In 1834, Joseph was commanded to take me for a wife. I was 1,000 miles from him. He got afraid. The angel came to him 3 times, the last time with a drawn sword, and threatened his life. I did not believe. If God told him so, why did he not come and tell me? The angel told him I should have a witness. An angel came to me. It went through me like lightning. I was afraid. Joseph said he came with more revelation and knowledge than Joseph ever dare reveal. Brigham Young sealed me to him for time and all eternity, February 1842. Joseph said I was his before I came here, and he said all the devils in hell should never get me from him. Mary also left 2 long accounts detailing her experiences. In an undated autobiographical sketch she penned, "In January 1842, Brother Joseph and Brother Brigham came to see me and invited me to go the next day to his office in the brick store. I was surprised at this. He asked me if I was afraid to go. I replied, why should I be afraid of a prophet of God? He said Brother Young would come for me. That night, I dreamed I was married to him and occupied an upper room in a new house. In the morning, we were called to breakfast, and I wondered what Emma would say to me, for I was afraid of her. But Joseph took me by the hand and led me down the stairs, at the foot of which stood Emma smiling at us, and conducted us to the breakfast room. I awoke then and did not know what to think of my dream. But on going to the office the next day, I received the interpretation for what, to my astonishment, when Joseph made known to me that God had commanded him in July 1834 to take me for a wife. But he had not dared to make it known to me, for when he received the revelation, I was in Missouri, and when he did see me, I was married. But he was again commanded to fulfill the first revelation or suffer condemnation, for I was created for him before the foundation of the earth was laid. I said, if the Lord told you such a thing, why doesn't he come and tell me? Furthermore, I never would consent to be sealed to him unless I had a witness for myself. He told me a great many things concerning the order and the blessings pertaining to it, etc. I felt that he and I were both wrong, for I had dreamed for years that I belonged to him, and had besought the Lord to take away such thoughts from my heart. No human being can tell my feeling on that occasion. My faith in him as a prophet about failed me. I could not sleep and scarcely eat. Next day, Brother Young came to see me, and said after we left the office, Joseph told him that an angel appeared to him and told him that the Lord was well pleased with him, and that I should have a witness that what he told me was true. I marveled at this, but made it a subject of prayer night and day. One night in February, I felt impressed to pray as Moses did in the battle of Israel with the Amalekites, by holding up my hands towards heaven. I also covered my head with a white cloth, and I prayed with all my soul that if the doctrine was true, to give me a witness of the same. One night, I retired to bed, but not to sleep, for my mind was troubled, so sleep fled from me. My Aunt Gilbert was sleeping with me at the time when a great light appeared in the room. Thinking the kindling wood was on fire that was spread on the hearth, I rose up in bed to look, when lo, a personage stood in front of the bed looking at me. Its clothes were whiter than anything I'd ever seen. I could look at its person, but when I saw its face so bright and more beautiful than any earthly being could be, and those eyes piercing me through and through, I could not endure it. It seemed as if I must die with fear. I fell back in bed and covered up my head so as not to see it. I pushed Aunt very hard to have her look up and see it too, but I could not wake her, and I could not speak. I thought if she were awake, I would not feel so afraid. As it is, I can never forget that face. It seems to be ever before me. A few days after this, Joseph asked me if I had received a witness yet. I said no. He said, you soon will have, for the angel expressly told me you should have. Then I told him what I had seen, for I fully realized what I had lost by my cowardice. The family all said they knew something had happened to me, for my countenance was almost transparent, and when I told them of it, there was great rejoicing, and they felt that I had been highly favored of the Lord. As yet they knew nothing of what Joseph had said to me. When Joseph had inquired about the appearance of the person, and I had told him, he seemed much affected and told me that it was an angel from God, and that it came for aught with more knowledge and revelation than he dare reveal at that time, and that if I had prayed in my heart to God, all fear would have left me. As it was, Satan snatched the cup from my lips. He told me of many things to take place soon in my life. As a sign of the truth of what he had revealed to me, his words were verified to the letter. After receiving other testimonies, I felt I could no longer disbelieve, and in the month of March 1842, Brigham Young sealed us for time and all eternity. Willard Richards and Heber C. Kimball knew of it, but were not present on the 23rd of March. In 1905, Mary Elizabeth provided additional details to a group of elders preparing to leave for their missions. When Joseph sent for me, he told me all of these things. "Well," said I, "don't you think it was an angel of the devil that told you these things?" Said he, "No, it was an angel of God. God Almighty showed me the difference between an angel of light and Satan's angels. The angel came to me 3 times between the years of 1834 and 1842, and said I was to obey that principle or he would slay me. But," said he, "they call me a false and fallen prophet, but I am more in favor with my God this day than I ever was in all my life before. I know that I shall be saved in the kingdom of God. I have the oath of God upon it, and God cannot lie. All that he gives me I shall take with me, for I have that authority and that power conferred upon me." Well, I talked with him for a long time, and finally I told him I would never be sealed to him until I had a witness. Said he, "You shall have a witness." Said I, "If God told you that, why does he not tell me?" He asked me if I was going to be a traitor. "I have never told a mortal, and shall never tell a mortal I had such a talk from a married man," said I. "Well," said he, "pray earnestly, for the angel said to me, you should have a witness." Well, Brigham Young was with me. He said if I had a witness, he wanted to know it. "Why should I tell you?" said I. "Well," said he, "I want to know for myself." Said he, "Do you know what Joseph said? Since we left the office, the angel appeared to him and told him he was well pleased with him and that you should have a witness." I made it a subject of prayer, and I worried about it because I did not dare to speak to a living being except Brigham Young. I went out and got between 3 haystacks where no one could see me. As I knelt down, I thought, why not pray as Moses did? He prayed with his hands raised. When his hands were raised, Israel was victorious, but when they were not raised, the Philistines were victorious. I lifted my hands, and I have heard Joseph say the angels covered their faces. I knelt down, and if ever a poor mortal prayed, I did. A few nights after that, an angel of the Lord came to me, and if ever a thrill went through a mortal, it went through me. I gazed upon the clothes and figure, but the eyes were like lightning. They pierced me from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet. I was frightened almost to death for a moment. I tried to waken my aunt, but I could not. The angel leaned over me, and the light was very great, although it was night. When my aunt woke up, she said she had seen a figure in white robes pass from our bed to my mother's bed and pass out of the window. Joseph came up the next Sabbath. He said, "Have you had a witness yet?" "No." "Well," said he, "the angel expressly told me you should have." Said I have not had a witness, but I have seen something I've never seen before. I saw an angel, and I was frightened almost to death. I did not speak." He studied a while and put his elbows on his knees and his face in his hands. He looked up and said, "How could you have been such a coward?" Said I was weak. "Did you think to say, 'Father, help me'?" "No." "Well, if you had just said that, your mouth would have been opened. for that was an angel of the living God. He came to you with more knowledge, intelligence, and light than I have ever dared to reveal." I said, "If that was an angel of light, why did he not speak to me?" "You covered your face, and for this reason the angel was insulted," said I. "Will it ever come again?" He thought for a moment and then said, "No, not the same one, but if you're faithful, you shall see greater things than that." Mary Elizabeth Rollins Lightner lived with her legal husband, Adam Lightner, until his death in 1885. Consistent with an eternity-only sealing, no evidence of sexual relations in Mary Elizabeth's plural sealing to Joseph Smith has been found. In 1905, she related, "My husband did not belong to the church. I begged him and pled with him to join, but he would not. He said he did not believe in it, though he thought a great deal of Joseph. He sacrificed his property rather than testify against Joseph, Hiram, and George A. Smith. After he said this, I went forward and was sealed to Joseph for eternity." On other occasions, Mary Elizabeth stated she had been sealed to the prophet for time and eternity. The reason for the dual reports may be due to the fact that she had experienced 2 sealing ceremonies. If the first sealing to Joseph Smith during his lifetime was for eternity only, and the second, a time and eternity proxy sealing performed on January 16, 1846, in the Nauvoo Temple, then both answers would have been accurate. Correspondence in 1892 between Mary Elizabeth Rollins Lightner and John Henry Smith indicated that the sealing performed while Joseph was alive was for eternity. "I hope you will not think me intrusive. I am sure I do not wish to be. If I could have an opportunity of conversing with you and Brother Joseph F. Smith, I could explain some things in regard to my living with Mr. L. after becoming the wife of another, which would throw light on what now seems mysterious, and you would be perfectly satisfied with me. I write this because I have heard that it had been commented on to my injury. I have done the best I could, and Joseph will sanction my action. I cannot explain things in this letter. Some day you will know all. That is, if I ever have an opportunity of conversing with either of you." Mary Elizabeth doesn't explain what information would make John Henry Smith perfectly satisfied regarding the apparent marital arrangements. In a letter to Emmeline B. Wells, Mary Elizabeth explained, "I could tell you why I stayed with Mr. Lightner. Things the leaders of the church does not know anything about. I did just as Joseph told me to do, as he knew what troubles I would have to contend with." Apparently, her silence regarding the specifics of her relationship with the prophet were according to his instructions. Because of Mary Elizabeth's longevity, she and other of Joseph Smith's plural wives were able to correspond into the late decades of the 19th century. Presendia Huntington Kimball wrote to Mary on March 9, 1880, saying, "Won't it be a happy time for us if we can gain the place where Joseph and our loved ones mingle?" Zina D. Huntington Young sent a letter to Mary Elizabeth Rollins Lightner on June 27, 1886, the anniversary of Joseph Smith's martyrdom. "We remember this day of all days to us. I went into Sister Eliza's. We talked over our past a little, then Sister E spoke in tongues to comfort and cheer us, and how the veil was thinning as we advanced. I cannot tell you, but you will feel the spirit of it. At 3 p.m., Sister Emily P. Young sent over for Susan, and Sister Presendia was there to be administered to. We left her resting. I wonder what Joseph will want next to go on with the work in the other land, just so we are prepared all right. I hope she will soon be restored." On October 9, 1887, Helen Mar Kimball Whitney penned a letter to church leaders encouraging their financial support of Mary Elizabeth Rollins Lightner. "I consider her worthy of your attention, and that she, as the prophet's wife, should be relieved and provided for the remainder of her days." In 1905, Mary Elizabeth related, I want to say to you, as I said before, that Joseph said if I was faithful, I should see greater things than the angel. Since then, I have seen other persons. 3 came together and stood before me just as the sun went down: Joseph, Hiram, and Heber C. Kimball. It was prophesied that I should see Joseph before I died. Still, I was not thinking about that. I was thinking about a sermon I had heard. All at once, I looked up, and they stood before me. Joseph stood in the middle in a circle like the new moon, and he stood with his arms over their shoulders. They bowed to me about a dozen times or more. I pinched myself to be sure I was awake, and I looked around the room to see where I had placed things. I thought I would shake hands with them. They saw my confusion and understood it, and they laughed, and I thought Brother Kimball would almost kill himself laughing. I had no fear. As I went to shake hands with them, they bowed, smiled, and began to fade. They went like the sun sinks behind a mountain or a cloud. It gave me more courage and hope than I ever had before. Mary Elizabeth outlived all of the other women who had been sealed to Joseph Smith, dying in 1913 with an apparent firm conviction of the truthfulness of the Church. Patty Bartlett, sealed March 9, 1842. Patty Bartlett was born on February 4, 1795, to Enoch Bartlett and Anna Hall Bartlett in Bethel, Maine. She married David Sessions on June 28, 1812. In August 1833, Patty was introduced to the restored gospel, and according to her son, as soon as my mother heard, she believed, and was baptized on July 2, 1834. The family moved to Missouri in 1837, and then on to Nauvoo, Illinois, 3 years later. Patty Bartlett was sealed to Joseph Smith on March 9, 1842. A June 1860 handwritten entry in the diary of Patty Sessions reported she was sealed for eternity. Patty Bartlett, daughter of Enoch and Ann Bartlett, was born February 4, 1745, Bethel, Maine, and was married to David Sessions June 28, 1812, who was the son of David and Rachel Sessions. He was born April 4, 1790, Vershire, Vermont. I was baptized into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints July 2, 1834. Mr. Sessions was baptized August 1835. We received our endowment December 16, 1845 in Nauvoo. I was sealed to Joseph Smith by Willard Richards, March 9, 1842, in Newell K. Whitney's chamber in Nauvoo for eternity. And if I do not live to attend to it myself when there is a place prepared, I want someone to attend to it for me. According to order, Sylvia, my daughter, was present when I was sealed to Joseph Smith. I was, after Mr. Sessions' death, sealed to John Perry, Sr., for a time on the 27th of March, 1852, Great Salt Lake City. In this entry, Patty states that she was sealed for eternity to Joseph Smith. This is similar to the language found in other eternity-only sealings. 7 years later, Patty signed an affidavit providing much of the same information. I, Patty Bartlett, daughter of Enoch and Anna Bartlett, was born February 4, 1795, town of Bethel, state of Maine. I was baptized into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints July 2, 1834. I was sealed to Joseph Smith the prophet by Willard Richards, March the 9th, 1842, in Nauvoo, in Newell K. Whitney's chamber. Sylvia, my daughter, was present. I received my endowment in Nauvoo, December 16, 1845. I never was sealed at the altar to anyone. Yours truly, Patty Sessions. David and Patty Sessions attended the Nauvoo Temple together, receiving their endowments on December 15, 1845, but they were not sealed in marriage. Her original sealing to Joseph was not performed in the temple because the Nauvoo Temple was not yet completed. Apparently, all marriage sealings performed outside of a temple need to be performed again, in person or by proxy, within a temple edifice in the future. In 1845 through 1846, many of Joseph Smith's plural wives were resealed to him by proxy there. Similarly, in 1899, President Lorenzo Snow instructed church historians to compile a list of women sealed to Joseph Smith, for whom a written temple record was not available. Subsequently, proxy sealings were performed for 11 plural marriages. The reason Patty Sessions was not resealed to Joseph Smith by proxy in the Nauvoo temple is unclear. It is possible that she was unsure of her desires, or perhaps her preference to be the prophet's eternal wife rather than David Sessions created tension to the degree that the resealing was not then considered. As of 1867, a repeated proxy sealing had not yet been performed. It appears that just weeks after receiving the affidavit at church headquarters, priesthood leaders invited Patty to be resealed, with Apostle Joseph F. Smith serving vicariously for his uncle Joseph Smith. Patty's obituary gives more insight into her rich life. Sister Sessions drove her own team 1,030 miles, arriving in Salt Lake Valley September 28, 1847. She has assisted liberally in the building of temples, done much to send the gospel to the nations of the earth and gather the poor, has been a strict observer of the word of wisdom, not have drunk tea or coffee for over 40 years. She was ever a true and faithful Latter-day Saint, diligent and persevering, her whole soul and all she possessed being devoted to the church and the welfare of mankind. She has gone to her grave ripe in years, loved and respected by all who knew her. Marinda Nancy Johnson. 2 sealing dates, April 1842 and May 1843. Marinda Nancy Johnson was born on June 28, 1815 in Pomfret, Vermont, to John Johnson and Alice Jacobs. The Johnsons moved to Hiram, Ohio in 1818. After hearing about the Restoration in the winter of 1830, they traveled to Kirtland to meet the prophet and were baptized. They invited the Smith family to stay with them at Hiram, so Joseph and Emma moved in and were living there in the spring of 1832. The relationship between Joseph Smith and Marinda Nancy Johnson is difficult to decipher due to a lack of evidence. Todd Compton assessed, "For such an important woman, Marinda is surprisingly underdocumented. I know of no holograph by her and have found only 4 letters to her. Marinda left no known reference to the marriage with Joseph Smith beyond signing an affidavit attesting that it happened." 2 separate sealing dates for Joseph Smith's marriage to Marinda Nancy Johnson are available. Joseph Smith's journal contains a list of a few of his plural wives, written after the July 14, 1843 entry in the handwriting of Thomas Bullock. April 42, Marinda Johnson to Joseph Smith. 4 months before, Joseph Smith received a revelation for her. "Verily thus saith the Lord unto you, my servant Joseph, that inasmuch as you have called upon me to know my will concerning my handmaid Nancy Marinda Hyde, behold, it is my will that she should have a better place prepared for her than that in which she now lives, in order that her life may be spared unto her. Therefore go and say unto my servant Ebenezer Robinson, and to my handmaid his wife, let them open their doors and take her and her children into their house, and take care of them faithfully and kindly, till my servant Orson Hyde returns from his mission, or until some other provision can be made for her welfare and safety. Let them to these things, and spare not, and I the Lord will bless them and heal them, if they do it not grudgingly, saith the Lord God. And she shall be a blessing unto them. And let my handmaid Nancy Marinda Hyde hearken to the counsel of my servant Joseph in all things whatsoever he shall teach unto her. And it shall be a blessing upon her, and upon her children after her, unto her justification, saith the Lord." It is not known whether the statement, "Let my handmaid Nancy Marinda Hyde hearken to the counsel of my servant Joseph in all things whatsoever he shall teach unto her," is a general admonition or a specific reference, perhaps to plural marriage. Marinda personally testified concerning a second sealing through a signed affidavit, that on an unspecified day of May, AD 1843, at the city of Nauvoo, county of Hancock, state of Illinois, she was married or sealed to Joseph Smith, President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, by Brigham Young, President of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles of said church, according to the laws of the same regulating marriage, in the presence of Eliza Maria Partridge Lyman and Emily Dow Partridge Young. Generally, a signed affidavit is considered more reliable than an entry in a journal by a scribe from an unknown source. But whether the first date is in error or 2 sealing ceremonies were performed is unclear. If the 1842 date for the sealing between Joseph and Marinda marriage is correct, then Joseph may have been sealed to Marinda in an eternity-only sealing without Orson Hyde's knowledge. However, John D. Lee remembered that Orson gave his permission. Hyde's wife, with his consent, was sealed to Joseph for an eternal state. Whatever the sequence, Orson appealed to Joseph to perform his own plural marriage weeks after returning from his mission, stating in 1869, "In the month of February or March 1843, I was married to Miss Martha R. Browett by Joseph Smith, the martyred prophet, and by him she was sealed to me for time and all eternity in Nauvoo, Illinois." The details of the relationship between Marinda and the prophet will probably never be known. If Marinda had chosen Joseph as her eternal husband, she apparently changed her mind, because she chose to be sealed to her legal husband, Orson Hyde, in the Nauvoo Temple on January 11, 1846. Marinda Nancy Johnson relocated to Salt Lake City in 1852 and later divorced Orson Hyde. She died in 1886, a member of the church. Elizabeth Davis, sealing date unknown. Elizabeth Davis was born to Gilbert Davis and Abigail Reeves Davis on March 11, 1791. She joined the church on April 10, 1831. 2 years later, the twice-widowed Elizabeth married Jabez Durfee on March 3, 1834. Casting their lot with the saints, she and Jabez moved to Missouri and later Nauvoo. The date of Joseph Smith's sealing to Elizabeth Davis Durfee has not been verified. Likely it was an eternity-only sealing, creating a marriage only for the next life. Elizabeth's legal husband, Jabez Durfee, was an active Latter-day Saint, so why she chose the prophet rather than Jabez as her eternal husband is unclear. It appears that the couple experienced some marital turmoil before the sealing, or perhaps as a consequence of it. Jabez was endowed on a different day than Elizabeth when the Nauvoo Temple opened in the winter of 1845. Elizabeth was resealed by proxy to Joseph Smith on January 22, 1846, but Jabez did not participate either as a proxy husband or a witness. Cornelius Lott represented the prophet in the vicarious ordinance. Jabez and Elizabeth formally separated later that year. Elizabeth may have been a member of the polygamy inner circle in Nauvoo. However, after Emily Partridge married the prophet, she related a conversation demonstrating Durfee's ignorance of restored plural marriage. Mrs. Durfee invited my sister Eliza and I to her house to spend the afternoon. She introduced the subject of spiritual wives, as they called them in that day. She wondered if there was any truth to this report she heard. I thought I could tell her something that would make her open her eyes if I chose, but I did not choose to. I kept my own counsel and said nothing. If Elizabeth Davis was, in fact, a plural marriage insider, it is strange she would have voiced her ignorance on the occasion described. Perhaps she was just testing Emily's knowledge or using the comment to open a discussion on the topic, with which she was well informed. Similarly, that she was actually sealed to Joseph has been questioned. Richard Lloyd Anderson and Scott H. Fallring believed the evidence for Davis's inclusion on Joseph Smith's list of wives is not compelling, but her name was personally added to Andrew Jensen's list by Eliza R. Snow. Elizabeth Davis followed the westward movement as far as Winter Quarters, but then she departed from the migrating saints, turning back to Illinois. During the 1850s, she visited Salt Lake City. Ex-Mormon Sarah Pratt wrote, "There was an old woman called Elizabeth Davis Durfee. I don't think that she was ever sealed to Joseph Smith, though it may have been the case after Joseph's death when the temple was finished. At all events, she boasted here in Salt Lake of having been one of Joseph's wives. Elizabeth lived out the remainder of her life with her son. Ironically, in the late 1860s, they were baptized into the RLDS Church, despite its official position that Joseph Smith did not practice plural marriage. Todd Compton summarized, "She died as a member of the RLDS faith, whose president, Joseph Smith III, vehemently denied that his father had ever practiced polygamy. Perhaps Elizabeth came to believe that polygamy was wrong by the time she became a reorganite, or perhaps she simply felt drawn to her old friend Emma Smith and Emma's children. She remains one of the most interesting of Joseph's wives, a puzzle only partially solved." Sarah Kingsley, sealing date unknown. Sarah Kingsley was born October 20th, 1877, in Becket, Massachusetts, the second child of Ebenezer Kingsley and Sarah Chaplin. On June 10th, 1826, the once widowed Sarah married John Cleveland, who followed Emanuel Swedenborg and was not interested when Sarah joined the church in 1835. The following year, the Clevelands moved to Quincy, Illinois, and warmly received many of the saints as they were exiled from Missouri in 1838 through 1839. Upon being driven from Missouri in 1838, Emma Smith and her children resided with Sarah and her husband in Quincy, Illinois, while Joseph was incarcerated in the Liberty Jail. On May 24, 1839, Joseph wrote a letter to Judge John Cleveland and Sarah, whom he'd never met. It read, "We have selected a lot in Nauvoo for you, just across the street from our own, beside Mr. George W. Harris." A letter from John L. Smith, Sarah Kingsley's son-in-law, to the First Presidency, dated March 8, 1895, states, "In the days of Joseph, Mother Cleveland, by advice, was sealed to the prophet in Nauvoo, but lived with her husband, John Cleveland. Sarah was also resealed to Joseph Smith vicariously in the Nauvoo Temple in 1846. This sealing is consistent with an eternity-only ceremony. However, the dating is unknown. One clue may be found in a June 7, 1869 affidavit signed by Eliza R. Snow. Be it remembered that on this 7th day of June, AD 1869, personally appeared before me, James Jack, a notary public in and for said county, Eliza Roxy Snow Smith, who was by me sworn in due form of law, and upon her oath saith, that on the 29th day of June, AD 1842, at the city of Nauvoo, county of Hancock, state of Illinois, she was married or sealed to Joseph Smith, President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, by Brigham Young, President of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles of said church, according to the laws of the same regulating marriage, in the presence of Sarah M. Cleveland." The fact that Sarah was allowed to view Eliza R. Snow's June 29, 1842 sealing ceremony to Joseph Smith is evidence that she was at that time a polygamy insider. Whether it signifies that she had also been sealed to the prophet by that time is less clear. Another question is whether Emma Smith was aware of Sarah's eternity-only sealing. Emma may have learned of non-sexual eternity-only sealings prior to learning of her husband's time and eternity plural marriages. If so, she may have encouraged some of the eternity-only sealings for women whose husbands were not active Latter-day Saints. Andrew Jensen recorded that Ruth Vos Sayers was sealed to the prophet for eternity in Emma Smith's presence. Ruth signed an affidavit on May 1, 1869, saying the sealing occurred in February AD 1843 and was performed by Hiram Smith. The timeline is complicated by the fact that Hiram did not accept plural marriage until several months later, on May 26, 1843. Regardless, Jensen noted that Emma Smith was present and apparently approved of Ruth's sealing to Joseph. Lucy Meservey Smith remembered that at some point in Nauvoo, Emma had told me they, Joseph's plural wives, were only sealed for eternity. They were not to live with them and have children. Sarah Kingsley was married to non-Mormon John Cleveland, who refused to migrate west. When the Latter-day Saints pulled out for the Rocky Mountains, Sarah joined them, leaving her husband behind. However, church leaders Brigham Young and Heber C. Kimball counseled her to return to John in Illinois. Sarah's family biographer wrote, Brigham Young and counselled her to stay with her husband as he was a good man, having shown himself kind, ever helping those in need, although for some reason his mind was darkened as to the gospel. She obeyed counsel and stayed with her husband, and was faithful and true to her relation, and died a faithful member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Despite the positive view of Sarah's biographer, it appears that just prior to her 1856 death, she had joined a revivalist religion. Her son-in-law, John L. Smith, visited her in mid-1855 and recorded, Mother had joined a church a couple of weeks before my arrival. I bore my testimony to her. She seemed to have forgotten what her feelings were once. Father Cleveland treated me with more respect than ever before, and seemed greatly pleased to see me, asked me to pray and asked the blessing regularly while I was there, saying, John, you know we never pray, but I wish you to pray with us. John L. Smith's journal entry may have been too pessimistic. Todd Compton observed, without a support group of Mormons, it would have been difficult to live as a Latter-day Saint in Gentile Illinois, and Sarah always needed a religious social community in her life. Nevertheless, some aspects of her Mormon component were probably so deep that her outward membership in a local Protestant congregation may not have changed it significantly. Delsina Dedamia Johnson, sealed prior to July 1842. Delsina was born November 19, 1806, in Westfield, Vermont, to Ezekiel Johnson and Julia Hills Johnson. She married Lyman Royal Sherman on January 16, 1829. She and her husband, as others of her family, were converted to the church in January 1832. The Shermans moved to Kirtland, Ohio, probably in June 1833, with Mrs. Julia Johnson and family, where they resided until 1838. Lyman Sherman died early in 1839 and was a close friend of the prophet. Delsina left no record of her relationship with Joseph. Benjamin F. Johnson, her brother, provided the sole evidence corroborating her sealing, dating it to, the marriage of my eldest sister to the prophet was before my return to Nauvoo on July 1, 1842, and it being tacitly admitted, I asked no questions. Delsina was married to Joseph Smith for time, and was later sealed for eternity to Lyman Sherman by proxy in the Nauvoo Temple. Joseph's plural widows were given a choice to whom they would be sealed in the Nauvoo Temple. Delsina Johnson died October 21, 1854, in Salt Lake City, Utah, an active member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Eliza R. Snow, sealed June 29, 1842. Eliza Roxy Snow, the most widely known of Joseph Smith's plural wives, was born on January 21, 1804, to Oliver and Rosetta Pettibone Snow. Though she first met the prophet in the winter of 1831 through 1832, she did not join the church until April 5, 1835. In December, she moved to Kirtland, Ohio, where she boarded with the Smith family and taught their children. In April of 1838, Oliver led his family to Missouri, where they stayed until the following March. They then moved to Illinois with some of the family living in Warren County, north of Nauvoo, and others moving to Lima, 30 miles south. By July, Eliza was living in Nauvoo, where the years of 1840 and 1841 passed apparently uneventfully. When the Nauvoo Relief Society was organized on March 17, 1842, Eliza was chosen as secretary, a probable acknowledgement of her scholastic abilities and her closeness to Emma Smith, the Society's first president. The details of her introduction to plural marriage by Joseph Smith are unavailable. However, Eliza left 2 accounts of what transpired. When first plural marriage was suggested to me, I would not listen to the matter. The idea was repugnant. abhorrent. I was like any other young woman who had beaux and suitors for her hand. I wanted to share a husband with no woman, but I was told it was God's command, and I went to God and asked God to enlighten me, and He did. I saw and felt that plural marriage was not only right, but that it was the only true manner of living up to the Gospels, and I quenched my womanly emotions and entered the order. On another occasion, she mentioned, "In Nauvoo, I first understood that the practice of plurality of wives was to be introduced into the church. This subject was very repugnant to my feelings. So directly was it in opposition to my educated prepossessions that it seemed as though all the prejudices of my ancestors for generations past congregated around me. But when I reflected that I was living in the dispensation of the fullness of times, embracing all other dispensations, surely plural marriage must necessarily be included, and I consoled myself with the idea that it was far in the distance and beyond the period of my mortal existence. It was not long, however, after I received the first intimation, before the announcement reached me that the set time had come, that God had commanded His servants to establish the order by taking additional wives. I knew that God was speaking. As I increased in knowledge concerning the principle and design of plural marriage, I grew in love with it. I was sealed to the prophet Joseph Smith for time and eternity, in accordance with the celestial law of marriage which God has revealed, the ceremony being performed by a servant of the Most High, authorized to officiate in sacred ordinances. This, one of the most important circumstances of my life, I have never had cause to regret. Eliza boarded at the homestead in Nauvoo with the Smith family for almost 6 months, August 14, 1842, to February 11, 1843. Afterwards, she went to live with the Jonathan Holmes family. In 1887, Eliza spoke with a newspaper reporter concerning the secrecy surrounding her sealing. I lived in the same cottage with another lady, Elvira Cowles Holmes, for 2 years after she had been sealed, but said not a word to her friend and neighbor. At last, Joseph told her one day that she might talk with her neighbor on the subject, and then, for the first time, she revealed her connection with plural marriage. "We women kept secrets in those days," she added. Eliza's ability to keep her marriage to Joseph Smith concealed from her cottage mate indicates that his visits to see her were probably sporadic and did not include any public display of affection. Eliza began her diary on the date of her plural sealing to Joseph Smith. In a reflective entry, one sees hints of her recent plural marriage. "This is a day of much interest to my feelings. Reflecting on past occurrences, a variety of thoughts have presented themselves to my mind with regard to events which have chased each other in rapid succession in the scenery of human life. As an individual, I have not passed altogether unnoticed by change in reference to present circumstances and future prospects, though I rejoice in the blessing of the society of the saints and the approbation of God. A lonely feeling will steal over me before I am aware, while I am contemplating the present state of society, the powers of darkness and the prejudices of the human mind which stand arrayed like an impregnable barrier against the work of God. While these thoughts were revolving in my mind, the heavens became shadowed with clouds, and a heavy shower of rain and hail ensued, and I exclaimed, 'O God, is it not enough that we have the prepossessions of mankind, their prejudices and their hatred to contend with, but must we also stand amid the rage of elements?' I concluded within myself that the period might not be far distant that will require faith to do so, but the grace of God is sufficient. Therefore, I will not fear. I will put my trust in Him who is mighty to save, rejoicing in His goodness and determined to live by every word that proceedeth out of His mouth." Contradictory evidence makes it impossible to determine if this marriage was consummated. The most quoted statement dealing with Ezra Arsenault's relationship with Joseph Smith is found in a late, third-hand account made by Angus Cannon when remembering his conversation with Joseph Smith III. Joseph Smith III said, "I am informed that Eliza Snow was a virgin at the time of her death. I, in turn, said, Brother Heber C. Kimball, I am informed, asked her the question if she was not a virgin, although married to Joseph Smith and afterwards to Brigham Young, when she replied in a private gathering, I thought you knew Joseph Smith better than that. Less commonly referenced is a first-hand statement from Eliza in an 1877 letter from her to Daniel Munns, an RLDS member. You ask, referring to President Smith, did he authorize or practice spiritual wifery? Were you a spiritual wife? I certainly shall not acknowledge myself of having been a carnal one. I am personally and intimately acquainted with several ladies now living in Utah who accepted the pure and sacred doctrine of plural marriage and were the bona fide wives of President Joseph Smith. While it seems unlikely that Eliza would have ever considered herself a carnal wife in any setting, overall, this statement seems to indicate that either she was not sexually involved with the prophet, or she was carefully trying to avoid admitting to it, even though she freely implied its occurrence with some of Joseph's other plural wives. RLDS Church President Joseph Smith III commented in 1876, If my father had many polygamous wives, why was it that none of these women bore him children? Eliza R. Snow, whom it is said gave birth to a child of his, denies it. Conflicting stories exist regarding the relationship between Emma Smith and Eliza. Accounts suggest that at some point in time, Emma and Eliza had a violent conflict with hair-pulling, a broomstick, or a topple down a staircase, perhaps one that caused Eliza to miscarry and left her unable to bear children. There are multiple problems with each of the accounts. The narratives all appear to have undergone at least one retelling, if not several, over the span of many years. The proposed chronology is also problematic because it is probable that Emma knew of Eliza's sealing to Joseph prior to the Smith family's move to the mansion on August 31, 1843, but Eliza never lived with the Smiths while they resided in the two-level mansion. Also, the narratives include highly improbable descriptions of Joseph kissing or embracing Eliza in Emma's plain view. In addition, significant inconsistencies are noted respecting the portrayal of the architecture of the staircase, as well as issues of pregnancy, miscarriage, and possible post-traumatic sterility. Concerning the tantalizing stories of conflict between the two women, it may be that folklore predominates where credible historical evidence is lacking. In 1872, Eliza shared her convictions concerning plural marriage to a relief society in Payson, Utah. Plurality of wives is a great trial. If you want to sit in the courts of heaven, honor polygamy. Don't suffer your lips to say aught, even if you do not believe in it. When I entered it, I had no anticipation of ever being acknowledged as a lawful wife. I believed in it because I felt the work was true and I longed to see a prophet. I feel proud that I ever embraced it. Sarah Ann Whitney, sealed July 27, 1842. Sarah Ann Whitney was born on March 22, 1825, to Newell K. Whitney and Elizabeth Ann Smith in Kirtland, Ohio. 5 years later, the Whitneys heard of a new prophet named Joseph Smith. One day, it was in February 1831, a sleigh containing several persons drove in from the east and drew up in front of the mercantile store of Gilbert and Whitney. A stalwart young man sprang out, walked up the steps into the store and to where the junior partner was standing. Extending his hand as if to an old and familiar acquaintance, he claimed, "Newell K. Whitney, thou art the man." The merchant was astonished. He had never seen this person before. "Stranger," he said, "you have the advantage of me. I could not call you by name as you have me." "I am Joseph the prophet," said the stranger, smiling. "You've prayed me here. Now what do you want of me?" Soon after this meeting, Newell was called to be a church bishop in Kirtland, where he stayed until 1837. After a 2-year stay in Missouri, the Whitney family moved to Nauvoo. On June 19, 1869, Sarah Ann Whitney signed the following affidavit. Be it remembered that on this 19th day of June, A.D. 1869, personally appeared before me Elias Smith, probate judge for said county, Sarah Ann Kimball, who was by me sworn in due form of law, and upon her oath saith, that on the 27th day of July, A.D. 1842, at the city of Nauvoo, county of Hancock, state of Illinois, she was married or sealed to Joseph Smith, president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, by Newell K. Whitney, presiding bishop of said church, according to the laws of the same regulating marriage, in the presence of Elizabeth Ann Whitney, her mother. Sarah Ann's July 27, 1842 marriage to the prophet was unique in several ways. First, her father and mother were the earliest parents to give their explicit permission for their daughter to enter plurality. They reported receiving their own confirming witness, prompting their approval. Helen Mar Kimball Whitney, Sarah's sister-in-law, recalled, Bishop Whitney was not a man that readily accepted every doctrine, and would question the prophet very closely upon principles, if not made clear to his understanding. When Joseph saw that he was doubtful concerning the righteousness of this celestial order, he told him to go and inquire of the Lord concerning it, and he should receive a testimony for himself. The bishop, with his wife, who had 4 years been called Mother Whitney, retired together, and unitedly besought the Lord for a testimony, whether or not this principle was from him, and they ever after bore testimony that they received a manifestation, and that was so powerful they could not mistake it. The bishop never afterwards doubted, and they willingly gave to him their daughter, which was the strongest proof that they could possibly give their faith and confidence in him as a true prophet of God. Elizabeth recounted her experience. Joseph had the most implicit confidence in my husband's uprightness and integrity of character, and so he confided to him the principles set forth in that revelation, and also gave him the privilege of reading and making a copy of it, believing it would be perfectly safe with him. My husband revealed these things to me. We had always been united, and had the utmost faith and confidence in each other. We pondered upon the matter continually, and our prayers were unceasing that the Lord would grant us some special manifestation concerning this new and strange doctrine. The Lord was very merciful to us. He revealed unto us his power and glory. We were seemingly wrapped in a heavenly vision. A halo of light encircled us, and we were convinced in our own bosoms that God heard and approved our prayers and intercedings before him. Our hearts were comforted, and our faith made so perfect that we were willing to give our eldest daughter, then 17 years of age, to Joseph in the order of plural marriage, laying aside all our traditions and former notions in regard to marriage. We gave her with our mutual consent. Despite the spiritual confirmations, the process was nevertheless difficult for Sarah's mother, Elizabeth. Sidney Rigdon's son, J. Wycliffe, was apparently aware of the proceedings, writing in 1904. In 1843 and 1844, it was the common talk of the members of the church. Joseph Smith married at Nauvoo Sarah Ann Whitney. I talked with her mother, old Mrs. Whitney, at Salt Lake City in 1863. The old lady told me how bad she felt when Joseph Smith first broached the subject to her, how she cried about it. But the prophet at last obtained her consent. Sarah Ann Whitney's sealing to Joseph Smith was also singular in that a revelation, dated July 27, 1842, specifically outlined the words Sarah's father, Bishop Newell K. Whitney, was to use in performing the ceremony. Verily, thus saith the Lord unto my servant N. K. Whitney, the thing that my servant Joseph Smith has made known unto you and your family, and which you have agreed upon, is right in mine eyes, and shall be crowned upon your heads with honor and immortality and eternal life to all your house, both old and young, because of the lineage of my priesthood, saith the Lord. It shall be upon you and upon your children after you from generation to generation, by virtue of the holy promise which I now make unto you, saith the Lord. These are the words which you shall pronounce upon my servant Joseph and your daughter S. A. Whitney. They shall take each other by the hand, and you shall say, You both mutually agree, calling them by name, to be each other's companion, so long as you both shall live, preserving yourselves for each other and from all others, and also throughout all eternity, reserving only those rights which have been given unto my servant Joseph by revelation and commandment, and by legal authority in times past. If you both agree to covenant and do this, then I give you, S.A. Whitney, my daughter, to Joseph Smith, to be his wife, to observe all the rights between you both that belong to that condition. I do it in my own name, and in the name of my wife your mother, and in the name of my holy progenitors by the right of birth which is of priesthood vested in me by revelation and commandment, and promise of the living God obtained by the holy Melchizedek Jethro, and other of the holy fathers, commanding in the name of the Lord all those powers to concentrate in you, and through to your posterity forever. All these things I do in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, that through this order he may be glorified, and that through the power of anointing David may reign king over Israel, which shall hereafter be revealed. Let immortality and eternal life henceforth be sealed upon your heads forever and ever. This revelation is distinctive for several reasons. It begins referring to a thing Joseph had taught the Whitneys, undoubtedly, the principles of eternal and plural marriage. The revelation assures Newell this thing, which had been agreed upon, was right, presumably authorizing the plural marriage between the prophet and Sarah Ann. The wording specifies that the marriage is as long as you both shall live, and also throughout all eternity, or for time and eternity. It contains references to all the rights between you both that belong to that condition, and all those powers to concentrate in you and through your posterity forever, suggesting that children might spring from the union. No evidence of sexuality has been found, but the wording seemed to authorize them to multiply and replenish the earth. Orson F. Whitney, Sarah Ann's nephew and son of Helen Mar Kimball and Horace Whitney, wrote this account. This bond of affection between the Whitneys and Joseph Smith was strengthened and intensified by the giving in marriage of the former, of the bishop's eldest daughter Sarah, in obedience to a revelation from God. This girl was but 17 years of age, but she had implicit faith in the doctrine of plural marriage, as revealed to and practiced by the prophet, was of celestial origin. She was the first woman in this dispensation who was given in plural marriage by and with the consent of both parents. Her father himself officiated in the ceremony. The revelation commanding and consecrating this union is in existence, though it has never been published. It bears the date of July 27, 1842, and was given through the prophet to the writer's grandfather, Newell K. Whitney, whose daughter Sarah on that day became the wedded wife of Joseph Smith for time and all eternity. Apparently, Joseph Smith was concerned that Sarah Ann's brother, Horace Whitney, would try to prevent her plural marriage to the prophet. Helen Mar Kimball Whitney, who married Horace after the martyrdom, recalled. Sarah Ann took this step of her own free will, but had to do it unbeknown to her brother, Horace Whitney, which grieved her most, and also her mother, that they could not open their hearts to him. But Joseph feared to disclose it, believing that the Higbee boys would embitter Horace against him, as they had already caused serious trouble, and for this reason he favored his going east, which Horace was not slow to accept. He'd had some slight suspicions that the stories about Joseph were not all without foundation, but he never told them, nor did he know the facts till after his return to Nauvoo, when Sarah hastened to tell him all. It was no small stumbling block to him when learning of the course which had been taken towards him, which was hard for him to overlook. But Joseph had always treated him with the greatest kindness from the time he came to live in his father's house in Kirtland. 1 month after their sealing, the prophet was in hiding and alone. He wrote to Newell, Elizabeth, and Sarah Ann Whitney on August 18, 1842. Dear and beloved brother and sister Whitney, and etc. I take this opportunity to communicate some of my feelings, privately at this time, which I want you three eternally to keep in your own bosoms. For my feelings are so strong for you since what has passed lately between us, that the time of my absence from you seems so long and dreary that it seems as if I could not live long in this way. And if you three would come and see me in this my lonely retreat, it would afford me great relief of mind. If those with whom I am allied do love me, now is the time to afford me succor in the days of exile, for you know I am foretold you of these things. I am now at Carlos Granger's, just back of Brother Hiram's farm. It is only 1 mile from town. The nights are very pleasant indeed. All three of you can come and see me in the forepart of the night. Let Brother Whitney come a little ahead and knock at the southeast corner of the house at the window. It is next to the cornfield. I have a room entirely by myself. The whole matter can be attended to with most perfect safety. I know it is the will of God that you should comfort me now in this time of affliction, or not at all. Now is the time or never. But I have no need of saying any such thing to you, for I know the goodness of your hearts, and that you will do the will of the Lord when it is made known to you. The only thing to be careful of is to find out when Emma Smith comes. Then you cannot be safe. But when she is not here, there is the most perfect safety. Only be careful to escape observation as much as possible. I know it is a heroic undertaking, but so much the greater friendship and the more joy when I see you I will tell you all my plans. I cannot write them on paper. Burn this letter as soon as you read it. Keep all locked up in your breasts. My life depends upon it. One thing I want to see you for is to get the fullness of my blessing sealed upon our heads, etc. And you will pardon me for my earnestness on this subject when you consider how lonesome I must be. Your good feelings know how to make every allowance for me. I close my letter. I think Emma won't come tonight. If she don't fail to come tonight. I subscribe myself, your most obedient and affectionate companion and friend. Linda King Newell and Valine Tippett's Avery wrote, "This letter clearly indicates that Emma was unaware of Joseph's marriage to Sarah Ann. Hence, there was a need to avoid a confrontation between Emma and Sarah Ann with her parents in the still Nauvoo darkness. In the letter, Joseph mentioned his desire to get the fullness of my blessing sealed upon their heads, an allusion to eternally sealing Newell and Elizabeth's own marriage. Apparently, they did not join the prophet that night. Todd Compton explained. There are evidently further ordinances that Smith wants to perform for the Whitneys. This is not just a meeting of husband and plural wife. It is a meeting with Sarah's family, with a religious aspect. 3 days later, on August 21st, Newell and Elizabeth Whitney were sealed to each other for time and eternity. Sarah Ann's relationship with Joseph Smith was extraordinary in another way. Apparently, sometime in the first half of 1843, suspicions arose concerning their plural marriage. In order to neutralize any concerns that might have existed among members, non-members, or perhaps law enforcement officers regarding their relationship, the prophet requested that Joseph C. Kingsbury marry her civilly. For Kingsbury, the promises of an eternal family through Joseph Smith's sealing keys motivated him to assist the prophet. I was employed in Joseph Smith's store under the direction of Bishop Newell K. Whitney until the fall of 1842, and on the 16th day, October, Caroline, my wife, died. How thankful I feel, thinking I shall see and meet her again to enjoy each other's society forever, to part no more, and also my little sons. And on the 29th of April, 1843, I, according to President Joseph Smith, counsel, and others, agreed to stand by Sarah Ann Whitney as supposed to be her husband, and had a pretended marriage for the purpose of bringing about the purposes of God in the last days as spoken by the mouth of the prophet Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and also Joseph Smith, and Sarah Ann should receive a great glory, honor, and eternal lives, and I also should receive a great glory, honor, and eternal lives to the full desire of my heart in having my companion Caroline in the first resurrection, to hail her, and no one to have power to take her from me, and we both shall be crowned and enthroned together in the celestial kingdom of God, enjoying each other's society and all the fullness of the gospel of Jesus Christ, and our little ones with us, as is recorded in this blessing that President Joseph Smith sealed upon my head on the 23rd day of March, 1843, as follows. Thereafter, Joseph C. Kingsbury served as a front husband, and he and Sarah lived in the same house and outwardly appeared as a married couple. The relationship between Sarah Ann Whitney, Joseph Smith, and Joseph C. Kingsbury is unique because it represents the only sealing to a legally married woman where the civil marriage was performed after the eternal marriage ceremony. That is, Joseph Smith was sealed to Sarah, and then months afterwards, she was legally married to Kingsbury. Researcher Michael Marquardt summarized, Sarah Ann Whitney was married to Joseph Smith on July 27, 1842. 9 months later, on April 29, 1843, she was legally married to Joseph C. Kingsbury, with the prophet Joseph Smith officiating. She was then 18 years old. It seems that Joseph Smith married Sarah Ann Whitney for time and for all eternity, and then relinquished her for time in a pretended marriage ceremony to Joseph C. Kingsbury. Years later, in 1880, Kingsbury submitted a bill to the church for his financial support of Sarah Ann. The bill read, November 23, 1880, Joseph C. Kingsbury asked John Taylor that an $8,000 debt to the church be remitted in consideration of services he had rendered in Nauvoo and after leaving there to the prophet Joseph in keeping one of his wives, Sarah Whitney, daughter of Bishop N.K. Whitney. It is not known if Church President John Taylor honored the claim. No details regarding Sarah Ann's relationship with Joseph are known. Helen Mar Kimball recalled that when her father was teaching her about plural marriage in May of 1843, he took the first opportunity to introduce Sarah Ann Whitney to me as Joseph's wife, and that this astonished me beyond measure. After Joseph Smith's death, Sarah married Heber C. Kimball on March 17, 1845, for time, ending her pretend marriage to Kingsbury. 7 children resulted from her union with Kimball, 2 of which died in infancy. Sarah was described by Orson F. Whitney as a woman of wonderful character, respected by the other wives and children. She was deeply devoted to her own children and to Heber C. Kimball. She remained in the church until her death in 1873. Martha McBride, sealed summer 1842. On March 17, 1805, Martha McBride was born in Chester Township, New York, the 5th child of Daniel McBride and Abigail Meade McBride. Martha married Vincent Knight on July 26, 1826, and the two were converted in 1834 after meeting the prophet. They migrated to Kirtland, Ohio the following year and stayed until the spring of 1838 when they moved to Missouri for less than 2 years and were established in Nauvoo by October of 1839. Vincent served as a bishop in Nauvoo and also assisted the prophet's own family. If Brother Joseph were away, it was he who looked after the wants of his, Joseph's, family. He was always ready to look after the widows and orphans. Some time before his untimely July 31, 1842 death, Vincent was sealed to a plural wife. A late second-hand account relates, Martha McBride Knight was told by Joseph Smith that she was the first woman to give her consent for her husband to enter into plural marriage. The story is told that Martha knew something was worrying her husband, and he couldn't seem to tell her about it. One evening, as Martha was sitting in the grape arbor behind the house, Vincent returned home carrying a basket. He explained to Martha that he had taken some fruit and vegetables to the widow of Levi N. Merrick, whose husband had been killed at Hans Mill. Vincent explained to Martha that he had been told to enter plural marriage, and that if he had to, that Sister Merrick would be the one he could help best. Martha's reply is said to have been, "Is that all?" Concerning Vincent's plural marriage, church member Hiram Belknap remembered, at the time plural marriage was revealed, there was difficulty to find persons that would consent to go into it on the female side. Martha Knight says the prophet Joseph told her that she was the first one who consented to her husband to have another wife, and her husband Vincent Knight did take another woman and was sealed to her, a Mrs. Merrick. According to Todd Compton, we know virtually nothing about what Martha and Joseph's married life was like, and little is known about Martha's life in Nauvoo from the time of Vincent's death to Joseph's. However, Martha McBride Knight signed an 1869 affidavit declaring that in the summer of the year 1842 at the city of Nauvoo, county of Hancock, state of Illinois, she was married or sealed to Joseph Smith, president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints by Heber C. Kimball, one of the 12 apostles in said church, according to the law of the same regulating marriage. Martha's affidavit does not specify whether the sealing to the prophet in 1842 was just for this life, because she was then sealed to Vincent for time and eternity vicariously, or whether she was sealed to Joseph Smith for time and eternity. Regardless, in the Nauvoo Temple on January 26, 1846, Martha was sealed for eternity to Joseph Smith by proxy. If she had been previously sealed to Vincent, then who should be regarded as her eternal husband is not entirely clear. Even today, a deceased woman is permitted to be sealed by proxy to all the men with whom she lived as a legal wife during mortality, after her husbands are also dead. Since Martha can be the eternal mate of only one man, it is obvious that some sorting out of these timeless issues will need to occur. Sometime after May 23, 1843, Joseph Smith approached Martha in a matchmaking attempt for her daughter Almira. In 1908, Almira was asked if she had ever received a proposal to be a plural wife. She looked startled and answered, "Yes and no." She said, "One day, Mother and I were in front of the room and Joseph came walking down the street and turned in at our gate. I had a hunch, and as he entered the front door, I went out the back and remained until he left. When I returned, my mother told me that Joseph had come at the request of his brother Hiram to ask me to be his wife, and also asked Mother to ask me, seeing I wasn't in. So when my mother said, 'Almira, what do you say about it?' I said, 'No.'" Almira refused and soon left the church and married S.B. Stoddard, a bitter anti-Mormon. In 1908, she signed a document that read, "I, Almira K. Hanscom, know that spiritual marriage, as it was called, was taught by Joseph and Hiram Smith when in Nauvoo before they were killed, that this spiritual marriage allowed men to have more than one wife at the same time. I also know that Emmeline and Harriet Page came to me and said this was a hard trial, that they tried to convince me." Martha migrated to Utah with the Saints and in April 1877 attended the dedication of the St. George Temple, where she performed ordinance work for many of her deceased ancestors. On November 20, 1901, she died in Hooper at the home of her daughter Adeline. Ruth Vose, sealed February or May 1843. Born February 26, 1808 in Watertown, Massachusetts, Ruth Vose was one of two children of Mark and Sally Vose. Baptized by Brigham Young August of 1836, Ruth married non-Mormon Edward Sayers on January 23, 1841. The Times and Seasons reported, "In St. Louis, Missouri, January 23 by Elder P. Rockwood, Mr. E. Sayers to Miss Ruth D. Vose, formerly of Boston, Massachusetts." Joseph Smith became closely associated with the Sayers when hiding from Missouri lawmen in August of 1842. After evading the Missouri sheriff, Joseph proceeded through the timber to Brother Sayers' house, where he was very kindly received and made welcome. William Clayton recorded, "On the 11th of August, 1842, the sheriffs returned, but the prophet had concluded to keep out of their reach, and consequently they could not find him. The sheriff tarried in Nauvoo several days, frequently uttering heavy threats to be executed if the president failed to give himself up. But the officer finally concluded to leave the city. The president remained secure at Brother Sayers at the north of the city, about a mile from the corporation, where he was visited frequently by Sister Emma and his brethren. Apparently, Joseph Smith believed that the officers would be less inclined to search a home of a non-member. During the stay, the prophet became good friends with Edward, although Ruth's husband felt no desire to convert. In 1869, Ruth signed an affidavit that reads, "Be it remembered that on this first day of May, A.D. 1869, personally appeared before me Elias Smith, probate judge for said county, Ruth Vose Sayers, who was by me sworn in due form of law, and upon her oath, saith, that on a day in February A.D. of 1843 at the city of Nauvoo, county of Hancock, state of Illinois, she was married or sealed to Joseph Smith, president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, by Hiram Smith, presiding patriarch of said church, according to the laws of the same regulating marriage." Ruth states the sealing was performed by Hiram Smith, who did not accept plural marriage until several months later, on May 26, 1843. Therefore, either the identity of the sealer or the date is in error. Regardless, Ruth Vose's sealing to Joseph Smith is important among all of the prophet's plural marriages to legally married women, because it is documented to have been for eternity only, not time and eternity, and therefore did not include sexual relations. Within the research papers of Andrew Jensen, author of the 1887 Historical Record article on Joseph Smith's plural wives, is the following statement. Sister Ruth, otherwise known as Mrs. Sayers, was married in her youth to Mr. Edward Sayers, a thoroughly practical horticulturist and florist. And though he was not a member of the church, yet he willingly joined his fortune with her, and they reached Nauvoo together sometime in the year 1841. While there, the strongest affection sprang up between the prophet Joseph and Mr. Sayers. The latter, not attaching much importance to the theory of a future life, insisted that his wife Ruth should be sealed to the prophet for eternity, as he himself should only claim her in this life. She was accordingly then sealed to the prophet in Emma Smith's presence, and thus became numbered among the prophet's plural wives. She, however, continued to live with Mr. Sayers and remained with her husband until his death. Another document confirms that concerning Joseph's plural sealing to Ruth Sayers, Joseph did not pick that woman. She went to see whether she should marry her husband for eternity. Ruth and Edward chose to return to Boston, where they stayed until 1849. She was unable to be sealed by proxy to Joseph in the Nauvoo Temple, but church president Lorenzo Snow arranged for a vicarious ceremony to be performed for Ruth in the Salt Lake Temple in 1899. After their 5-year stay in Boston, Ruth and Edward moved to Utah, reuniting with old acquaintances. Edward died in 1861 and Ruth in 1884. Her obituary gives a glimpse of her demeanor. Tall and erect in figure, a countenance always beaming with human kindness, charitable to the poor, and ever ready to comfort the disconsolate, she endeared herself to her associates. She was a woman of brilliant conversational powers and possessed a ready fund of valuable information, especially upon topics of interest to the saints. She was never tired of relating incidents of her Boston life, nor of dwelling upon gospel themes and the days of Joseph and Hiram.
Emily Dow Partridge, sealed March 4 and May 11, 1843. Born the third child of Edward Partridge and Lydia Clisby on February 28, 1824 in Painesville, Ohio, Emily Partridge's is one of the best documented of all Joseph Smith's plural marriages. In late 1830, missionary Pearlie P. Pratt visited the Partridges, then living in Kirtland, Ohio, and baptized them as some of the newest members of the church. On February 4, 1831, Edward was called to be the first bishop in the church. The Partridges migrated to Missouri and endured the hardships of the first LDS settlers there. Moving to Nauvoo in January 1839, they stayed in a tent until a log cabin could be built. Unfortunately, Edward unexpectedly died on May 27, 1840, leaving the family fatherless. Emily and her older sister Eliza went to live in the prophet's home. She recalled, Joseph and Emma offered us, Emily and her sister Eliza, a home in their family. They treated us with great kindness. We had been there about 1 year when the principle of plural marriage was made known to us, and I was married to Joseph Smith on the 4th of March, 1843, Brother Heber Kimball performing the ceremony. Her sister was sealed to the prophet about the same time, but neither was aware of the other's marriage. It was about this time, February 1843, that the principles of celestial marriage were being taught to a few. I and my sister Eliza received it and were married to Brother Joseph about the same time, but neither of us knew about the other at the time. Everything was so secret. This was March of 1843. Joseph had tried to make these things known to me several months before, I think in the spring or summer of 1842, but I had shut him up so quick that he said no more to me until the 28th of February, 1843, my 19th birthday, and I was married the 4th of March following. In 1892, Emily reported a longer version of her experience. He, Joseph Smith, taught it to me with his own lips. I was living at his house at the time and had been living there for quite a while after my father's death, for he died there in Nauvoo. He came into the room where I was one day when I was in the room alone and asked me if I could keep a secret. I was about 18 years of age then, I think. At any rate, I was quite young. Well, it ran along for a good while, I don't know just how long, and there was no opportunity of saying anything to me more than he had. And one day he sat in the room alone, and I passed through it, and he called to me or spoke to me, and called me to him, and then he said that he had intended to tell me something, but he had no opportunity to do so, and so he would write me a letter, if I would agree to burn it as soon as I read it, and with that I looked frightened, for I thought there was something about it that was not just right, and so I told him that I would rather that he would not write to me, that he would not write me any letter, and then he asked me if I wanted him to not say any more, and I said yes, that I did not want to hear anything more about it at all, for I had got a little frightened about it. Emily admitted that she was not completely ignorant of what the prophet might want to discuss with her. Regarding that period, she testified, I had heard the reports that were out, and I thought that what he had to say to me might be something relating to that, plural marriage. I don't know whether my information was gained from talking with women or from reading the papers or books or something of that kind. Some people must have known about it because I heard it whispered around there in Nauvoo before he told me what it was, and that is what made me suspect what it was at the time he spoke about writing the letter to me. Emily continued, Well, it went in that condition, and there was not anything more said about it for several months, not until 1843, I think, sometime in 43, for he had no other opportunity until then, and I did not think he would ever say anything more about it until then, but I had thought a great deal about it in that time, and I had prayed for it to know what it was, and if it was my duty. I thought I ought to have listened to it, that is, to what he was going to tell me or write to me, for I was greatly troubled over it, as I feared I had done wrong in not listening to it, and so I prayed to be enlightened in regard to what I should have done. Well, in time I became convinced that there was nothing wrong about it, and that it would be right for me to hear what he had to say. But there was nothing more said for a good while after I came to that conclusion. I think it was months before there was anything more said about it, but I don't know just how long it was. But he spoke to me again and wanted an opportunity to speak to me, and I granted it. He told me that what he wanted to say to me, and he taught me this principle of plural marriage called polygamy now, but we called it celestial marriage, and he told me that this principle had been revealed to him, but it was not generally known, and he went on and said that the Lord had given me to him, and he wanted to know if I would consent to a marriage, and I consented. I was married to him on the 4th day of March, 1843. Understandably, in all her writings, Emily was reticent to address the issue of conjugality in her plural marriage with Joseph Smith. However, when giving her deposition in the Temple Lot litigation in 1892, she was asked point blank by the RLDS attorney, "Did you ever have carnal intercourse with Joseph Smith?" She answered frankly, "Yes, sir." When asked if during their year-long courtship period did Joseph Smith ever lay his hand on your shoulder or put his arm around you or offer to take your hand, Emily Partridge testified, "He never did, for he was not that kind of a man. He was a gentleman in every way and did not indulge in liberties like that, not before we was married." When the questioner asked, "Were you in bed with him at any time before you were married?" she also acknowledged, "No, sir, not before I was married to him. I never was." Emma Smith eventually forced Emily and her sister to leave the mansion. Emily recalled, "Emma had consented to give Joseph 2 wives if he would let her choose them for him, and she chose Eliza and myself. I do not know why she gave us to him unless she thought we were where she could watch us better than some others who lived outside of the house. After the ceremony, she wanted us immediately divorced, and she seemed to think that she only had to say the word and it was done. But we thought different. We looked upon the covenants we had made as sacred. She afterwards gave Sarah and Maria Lawrence to him, and they lived in the house as his wives. I knew this, but my sister and I were cast off." Emily also remembered, "I think Emma always regretted having any hand in getting us into such trying circumstances, but she need not have blamed herself for that, for it would have been the same with or without her consent. I have never repented the act that made me a plural wife of Joseph Smith and bound me to him for time and eternity." In an 1899 letter, Emily summarized her feelings regarding plural marriage. Did Joseph Smith, the prophet, claim to have a revelation on polygamy or plural marriage? It is a positive fact that he did so claim and teach and also practice. I am a living witness of the same. With me, it is neither guesswork, on, or hearsay. I had it from his own mouth. To us, it was the word of the Lord. I accepted the pure and sacred principle and was married or sealed to him as his wife for time and all eternity. Emily Dow Partridge died in 1899, a faithful member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Eliza Partridge, sealed March 4th and May 11th, 1843. Eliza Maria, born on April 20th, 1821, was the eldest child of Edward Partridge and Lydia Clisby. In late 1830, missionary Parley P. Pratt visited the Partridges, then living in Kirtland, Ohio, baptizing them as some of the newest members of the church. On February 4th, 1831, Edward was called to be the first bishop in the church. The Partridges migrated to Missouri and endured the hardships of the first LDS settlers there. Moving to Nauvoo in January 1839, they stayed in a tent until a log cabin could be built. Unfortunately, Edward unexpectedly died on May 27, 1840, leaving the family fatherless. Eliza and Emily then went to live in the prophet's home. Unlike her sister Emily, Eliza M. Partridge wrote little regarding her plural marriage to the prophet. In 1869, she signed 4 affidavits attesting to her sealings and her witnessing 2 other plural marriages. In 1877, Eliza penned an autobiography, making brief mention of her own sealing. After a time, my sister Emily and myself went to live in the family of the prophet Joseph Smith. We lived there about 3 years. While there, he taught to us the plan of celestial marriage and asked us to enter into that order with him. This was truly a great trial for me, but I had the most implicit confidence in him as a prophet of the Lord, and not but believed his word, and as a matter of course, accepted the privilege of being sealed to him as a wife for time and all eternity. We were sealed in 1843 by Heber C. Kimball in presence of witnesses. I continued to live in his family for a length of time after this. Times were not then as they are now in 1877, but a woman living in polygamy dare not let it be known, and nothing but a firm desire to keep the commandments of the Lord could have induced a girl to marry in that way. I thought my trials were very severe in this line, and I am often led to wonder how it was that a person of my temperament could get along with it and not rebel. But I know it was the Lord who kept me from opposing his plans, although in my heart I felt I could not submit to them. But I did, and I am thankful to my Heavenly Father for the care he had over me in those troublous times. In contrast to several other plural wives, Eliza admits that at the time of her sealing, she had no personal witness of the need to enter plurality, but instead relied upon her testimony of the prophetic role of Joseph Smith. She also recounted a common theme, her own severe trials associated with living plural marriage. Two references from Benjamin F. Johnson indicate that this marriage was consummated. In 1903, Johnson wrote, "The first plural wife brought to my house with whom the prophet stayed was Eliza Partridge." A year later, Benjamin penned a letter to the Deseret News. "I saw one of my sisters married to Joseph Smith, and know that with her he occupied my house on May 16th and 17th, 1843, which he had occupied with Eliza Partridge, another plural wife, on the 2nd of the previous month." At some point, Eliza may have had an altercation with Emma Smith. An unidentified Mrs. J. allegedly told anti-Mormon writer Wilhelm Will, "Eliza Partridge, one of the many girls sealed to the prophet, used to sew in Emma's room. Once, while Joseph was absent, Emma got to fighting with Eliza and threw her down the stairs. That finished my sewing there," Eliza used to say. This account may be fictional, but it is clear that Emma eventually sent the Partridge sisters away from the Nauvoo mansion. Eliza's sister Emily recalled, "Emma was present at the sealing of Emily and Eliza. She gave her free and full consent. She had always, up to this time, been very kind to me and my sister Eliza, who was also married to the prophet Joseph Smith with Emma's consent. But ever after, she was our enemy. She used every means in her power to injure us in the eyes of her husband and before strangers, and in consequence of her abuse, we were obliged to leave the city to gratify her. But things were overruled otherwise, and we remained in Nauvoo. My sister Eliza found a home with the family of Brother Joseph Coolidge, and I went to live with Sister Sylvia Lyons. She was a good woman, and one of the Lord's chosen few." The precise month of their departure is not known, but it would have been after August 31st, 1843, when the Smith family moved into the mansion house, and most likely after October. Despite some altercations, William Clayton remembered, "During this period of 1843, the prophet Joseph took several other wives. Amongst the number, I well remember Eliza Partridge, Emily Partridge, Sarah Ann Whitney, Helen Kimball, and Flora Woodworth. These all, he acknowledged to me, were his lawful wedded wives, according to the celestial order. His wife Emma was cognizant of the fact of some, if not all, of these being his wives, and she generally treated them very kindly." After the martyrdom, Eliza Partridge married Amasa Lyman and immigrated to Utah. Eliza died in 1886, a faithful member of the church. Almira Woodard Johnson, sealed April 1843. Almira Woodard Johnson was born October 12, 1812, in Westfield, Vermont, to the daughter of Ezekiel Johnson and Julia Hills Johnson. She moved to Kirtland, Ohio in 1833 with her family, where she, her siblings, and mother were baptized 2 years later. Mary Elizabeth Leitner, a plural wife of the prophet, related how an angel appeared to Joseph Smith in 1834, commanding him to restore the practice of polygamy. She recalled his words, "The angel came to me 3 times between the years of 1834 and 1842 and said I was to obey that principle or he would slay me." Benjamin F. Johnson, Almira's brother, who was a close friend of the prophet, remembered, "In talking with my mother, Joseph Smith told her that when the Lord required him to move in plural marriage, that his first thought was to come and ask her for some of her daughters. And I can now understand that the period alluded to was at Kirtland, where she had 3 unmarried daughters at home. Almira was one of those 3 unmarried daughters, but her introduction to plural marriage occurred 7 years later through the assistance of her brother Benjamin, who later wrote, "On the first day of April A.D. 1843, President Joseph Smith, Orson Hyde, and William Clayton, and others came from Nauvoo to my residence in Macedonia, or Ramus, in Hancock County, Illinois, and were joyfully welcomed by myself and family as our guests. On the following morning, Sunday, April 2nd, President Smith took me by the arm for a walk, leading the way to a secluded spot with an adjacent grove, where, to my great surprise, he commenced to open up to me the principle of plural or celestial marriage, but I was more astonished by his asking for my sister Almira to be his wife. I sincerely believed him to be a prophet of God, and I loved him as such, and also for the many evidences of his kindness to me. Yet such was the force of my education and the scorn that I felt towards anything unvirtuous that under the first impulse of my feelings, I looked him calmly but firmly in the face and told him that I had always believed him to be a good man and wished to believe it still and would try to, and that I would take for him a message to my sister, and if the doctrine was true, all would be well. But if I should afterwards learn that it was offered to insult or prostitute my sister, I would take his life." With a smile, he replied, "Benjamin, you will never see that day, but you shall live to know that it is true and rejoice in it." He wished me to see my sister and talk to her. I told him I did not know what I could say to convince her. He replied, "When you open your mouth, you shall be able to comprehend, and you shall not want for evidence nor words." I called my sister to private audience, and with fear and trembling and feelings that I cannot express, commenced to open the subject to her, when, just as he had promised, the light of the Lord shone upon my understanding, and my tongue was loosed, and I, at least, was convinced of the truth of what I was attempting to teach. My sister received my testimony, and in a short time afterwards consented to become the wife of President Smith. Subsequent to this, I took her to the city of Nauvoo, where she was married or sealed for time and eternity to President Joseph Smith by his brother Hiram, in the presence of myself and Louisa Beeman, who told me she had also been sealed or married to the prophet Joseph. In 1883, Almira provided this recollection: that in the years 1842 and 1843, I resided most of the time at Macedonia in the county of Hancock, state of Illinois, sometimes with my sister, who was the wife of Almon W. Babbitt, and sometimes with my brother Benjamin F. Johnson. During that time, the prophet Joseph Smith taught me the principle of celestial marriage, including plurality of wives, and asked me to become his wife. He first spoke to me on the subject at the house of my brother Benjamin F. I also lived a portion of the time at brother Joseph Smith's in Nauvoo, when many conversations passed between him and myself on this subject. On a certain occasion in the spring of the year 1843, the exact date of which I do not now recollect, I went from Macedonia to Nauvoo to visit another of my sisters, the one who was the widow of Lyman R. Sherman, deceased, at which time I was still to the prophet Joseph Smith. At the time this took place, Hiram Smith, Joseph's brother, came to me and said I need not be afraid. I had been fearing and doubting about the principle, and so had he, but he now knew it was true. After this time, I lived with the prophet Joseph Smith as his wife, and he visited me at the home of my brother Benjamin F. at Macedonia. It appears the sealing was for time and eternity, and was consummated. Benjamin Johnson also recorded, "The prophet, with Louisa Beeman and my sister Delsina, had it agreeable arranged with Sister Almira, and after a little introduction, she stood by the prophet's side and was sealed to him as a wife by Brother Clayton, after which the prophet asked me to take my sister to occupy room number 10 in his mansion home during her stay in the city. But as I could not long be absent from my home and business, we soon returned to Ramus, where on the 15th of May, some 3 weeks later, the prophet again came and at my house occupied the same room and bed with my sister. Andrew Jensen recorded that Almira Johnson removed to Nauvoo, where she was married to the prophet Joseph Smith. The ceremony was performed by Elder William Clayton at the house of Almira's sister, Mrs. Delsina D. Sherman. Patriarch Hiram Smith was present and remarked at the time to Sister Almira, "The Lord has revealed the principle of plural marriage to me, and I know for myself that it is true. I will have you for a sister-in-law, and you shall be blessed." After the martyrdom, Almira married Reuben Barton, and together they had 5 children. The couple divorced in 1860, and Almira migrated to Utah, settling in Parowan. She died March 4, 1896, a faithful member of the LDS Church. Lucy Walker, sealed May 1, 1843. Born April 30, 1826 in Peacham, Vermont, Lucy was the 4th child of John Walker and Lydia Holmes Walker. In 1832, her father was baptized into the church, and her mother was baptized 2 years later. Lucy joined in 1835, and the family left 3 years later for Missouri. Their stay was short. The Walker family was settled in Nauvoo, Illinois, by the spring of 1841. Her mother died less than a year later on January 15, 1842. Lucy wrote of the aftermath, "10 motherless children, and such a mother, the youngest not yet 2 years old. What were we to do? My father's health seemed to give way under this heavy affliction. The prophet came to our rescue. He said, 'If you remain here, Brother Walker, you will soon follow your wife. You must have a change of scene, a change of climate. You have such a family as I could love. My house shall be their house. I will adopt them as my own. For the present, I would advise you to sell your effects, place the little ones with some kind friends, and the 4 eldest shall come to my house and be received and treated as my own children. And if I find the others are not content or not treated right, I will bring them home and keep them until you return.' I wrung my hands in the agony of despair at the thought of being broken up as a family and being separated from the loved ones. But, said the prophet, 'My home shall be your home, eternally yours.' I understood him not. However, my father sought to comfort us by saying 2 years would soon pass by. Then with renewed health, he hoped to return and make us a home where we might be together again. The prophet and his wife introduced us as their daughters. Every privilege was accorded us in the home. Every privilege within reach was ours. He often referred to Brother Loren as his Edwin. He was indeed his confidential and trusted friend. He was ever by his side, arm in arm they walked and discussed freely various subjects. It appears that Lucy Walker was one of the first women to learn of the restoration of plural marriage from the prophet. In 1892, she recalled, "In 42 was the time. That was the time that this principle of plural marriage was first taught. But it was revealed to the prophet in 31, but he did not teach it then, only to a very few in whom he had confidence and felt he could trust absolutely, for he felt the importance and responsibility of the step he was taking." Since Lucy's father was away on a mission, the prophet approached her brother William Holmes Walker before proposing. William remembered that in the early 1840s, he rode to Nauvoo to visit his ailing mother. There he was introduced to the subject of plural marriage by the prophet. "I went to Joseph Smith's and was made welcome. I learned that mother was living on the island in the Mississippi River and that it was dangerous to cross because of so much ice running. The next morning the prophet invited me to hitch up my horse with one of his in a buggy and ride with him. We were riding all day through the city and county, making a number of calls on business and pleasure combined. On this occasion, the subject of celestial or plural marriage was introduced to me. As we returned home, he remarked if there was anything I did not understand, to hold on a little, and I would understand it. In the spring of 1843, my father, being away on a mission, the prophet asked my consent for my sister Lucy in marriage. I replied that if it was her choice, that if she entered into the celestial order of marriage of her own free will and choice, I had no objection. This, of course, was in contrast with my former education and traditions. It also was altogether different from the course, too, generally pursued by monogamists. Instead of taking a course to deceive and prostitute and bring about her ruin, he took a straightforward, honorable, and upright course, in no way depriving her of her agency. When Father returned from his mission, the matter being fully explained in connection with the doctrine, received his endorsement, and all parties concerned received his approbation. In 1902, Lucy summarizes her experience. When the prophet Joseph Smith first mentioned the principle of plural marriage to me, I felt indignant and so expressed myself to him, because my feelings and education were averse to anything of that nature. But he assured me that this doctrine had been revealed to him of the Lord, and that I was entitled to receive a testimony of its divine origin for myself. He counseled me to pray to the Lord, which I did, and thereupon received from him a powerful and irresistible testimony of the truthfulness and divinity of plural marriage, which testimony has abided with me ever since. Lucy's story was also published in 1888. In the year 1842, President Joseph Smith sought an interview with me and said, "I have a message for you. I have been commanded of God to take another wife, and you are the woman." My astonishment knew no bounds. This announcement was indeed a thunderbolt to me. He asked me if I believed him to be a prophet of God. "Most assuredly I do," I replied. He fully explained to me the principle of plural or celestial marriage. He said this principle was again to be restored for the benefit of the human family, that it would prove an everlasting blessing to my father's house, and form a chain that could never be broken, worlds without end. "What have you to say?" he asked. "Nothing." How could I speak, or what could I say? He said, "If you will pray sincerely for light and understanding in relation thereto, you shall receive a testimony of the correctness of this principle." I thought I prayed sincerely, but was so unwilling to consider the matter favorably that I fear I did not ask in faith for light. Gross darkness instead of light took possession of my mind. I was tempted and tortured beyond endurance until life was not desirable. Oh, that the grave would kindly receive me, that I might find rest on the bosom of my dear mother. Why should I be chosen from among thy daughters, Father? I'm only a child in years and experience, no mother to counsel. She died in January 1842. No father near me to tell me what to do in this trying hour. He was on a mission to a warmer climate to help his health. Oh, let this bitter cup pass. And thus I prayed in the agony of my soul. The prophet discerned my sorrow. He saw how unhappy I was, and sought an opportunity of again speaking to me on the subject, and said, "Although I cannot, under existing circumstances, acknowledge you as my wife, the time is near when we will go beyond the Rocky Mountains, and then you will be acknowledged and honored as my wife." He also said, "This principle will yet be believed and practiced by the righteous. I have no flattering words to offer. It is a command of God to you. I will give you until tomorrow to decide this matter. If you reject this message, the gate will be closed forever against you." This aroused every drop of Scotch in my veins. For a few moments, I stood fearless before him and looked him in the eye. I felt at this moment that I was called to place myself upon the altar a living sacrifice, perhaps to brook the world in disgrace and incur the displeasure and contempt of my youthful companions, all my dreams of happiness blown to the four winds. This was too much, for as yet no shadow had crossed my path, aside from the death of my dear mother. The future to me had been one bright, cloudless day. I had been speechless, but at last found utterance and said, "Although you are a prophet of God, you could not induce me to take a step of so great importance unless I knew that God approved my course. I would rather die. I have tried to pray but received no comfort, no light." And emphatically, forbid him speaking again to me on this subject. Every feeling of my soul revolted against it. Said I, "The same God who has sent this message is the being I have worshipped from my early childhood, and he must manifest his will to me." He walked across the room, returned, and stood before me with the most beautiful expression of countenance, and said, "God Almighty bless you. You shall have a manifestation of the will of God concerning you, a testimony that you can never deny. I will tell you what it shall be. It shall be that joy and peace that you never knew." Oh, how earnestly I prayed for these words to be fulfilled. It was near dawn after another sleepless night when my room was lighted up by a heavenly influence. To me it was, in comparison, like the brilliant sun bursting through the darkest cloud. The words of the prophet were indeed fulfilled. My soul was filled with a calm, sweet peace that I never knew. Supreme happiness took possession of me, and I received a powerful and irresistible testimony of the truth of plural marriage, which has been like an anchor to the soul through all the trials of life. I felt that I must go out into the morning air and give vent to the joy and gratitude that filled my soul. As I descended the stairs, President Smith opened the door below, took me by the hand, and said, "Thank God, you have the testimony. I too have prayed." He led me to a chair, placed his hands upon my head, and blessed me with every blessing my heart could possibly desire. The first day of May 1843, I consented to become the prophet's wife and was sealed to him for time and all eternity at his own house by Elder William Clayton. A second-hand account speaks of Lucy receiving an angelic appearance to assuage her concerns. "I went to live with Joseph Smith's family as a maid, and after I had grown up, Joseph asked me if I would marry him. I felt highly insulted, and he said that if I wanted to know whether the principle was true, I could go to God and find out. One night after supper, I went out into the orchard and I kneeled down and prayed to God for information. After praying, I arose and walked around the orchard and kneeled again and repeated this during the night. Finally, as I was praying the last time, an angel of the Lord appeared to me and told me that the principle was of God and for me to accept it." Lucy recounted, "He, Joseph Smith, said this principle was again to be restored for the benefit of the human family, that it would prove an everlasting blessing to my father's house and form a chain that could never be broken, world without end. Some writers have interpreted this to mean that if Lucy was sealed to Joseph, then her father's house would benefit. A closer reading shows that the principle of sealing the human family into a chain, not Lucy's marriage to the prophet, was the actual source of the blessing to her father's house. Joseph Smith's teachings discuss the sealing authority that allows families to be bound together in a chain composed of sealings of parents to children back to Adam, which brings eternal blessings. See Doctrine and Covenants, section 128, verse 18. The question of sexuality in her plural marriage to Joseph Smith was broached during Lucy's deposition in the 1842 Temple Lot litigation. When asked, "Did you live with Joseph Smith as his wife?" she answered, "He was my husband, sir." This somewhat ambiguous answer is better understood in light of her statement. I am also able to testify that Emma Smith, the prophet's first wife, gave her consent to the marriage of at least 4 other girls to her husband, and that she was well aware that he associated with them as wives within the meaning of all that word implies. Several other sources corroborate that Lucy experienced conjugal relations with Joseph Smith. For example, D.H. Morris quoted her, saying, "I married Joseph Smith as a plural wife and lived and cohabitated with him as such." Theodosia Frances Walker Davis, niece of Lucy Walker, asserted in 1876, "Mrs. Davis, daughter of William Walker, Lucy's brother, at Salt Lake. She says that Lucy Walker told her that she lived with Joseph Smith as a wife." Angus Cannon stated that concerning the lack of offspring born to the prophet's plural wives, "All I knew was that which Lucy Walker herself contends. They were so nervous and lived in such constant fear that they could not conceive." A fuller version of the statement referred to by Cannon was given in 1888. Lucy reported, "They," Joseph Smith's sons who had visited her, "seemed surprised that there was no issue from asserted plural marriages with their father. Could they but realize the hazardous life he lived after that revelation was given, they would comprehend the reason. He was harassed and hounded and lived in constant fear of being betrayed by those who ought to have been true to him." Lucy Walker's recollections are the source of several declarations of Joseph Smith regarding plural marriage. For example, regarding the motives for entering polygamous marriages, she recalled the prophet's counsel. "Men did not take polygamous wives because they loved them or fancied them or because they were voluptuous, but because it was a command of God." She also described the relationship that should exist in plural marriages. He, Joseph Smith, often referred to the feelings that should exist between husband and wives, that they, his wives, should be his bosom companions, the nearest and dearest objects on earth in every sense of the word. She also remembered his emphasis that plural wives should not be coerced or manipulated. A woman would have her choice. This was a privilege that could not be denied her. Lucy died in 1910 as a faithful member of the church. Sarah Lawrence, sealed May 1843. Sarah Lawrence was born to Edward and Margaret Lawrence in Pickering, Canada, on December 13, 1826. Her sister Maria was born 2.5 years earlier, on May 13, 1823. The family was converted in 1837 in Canada and moved to Nauvoo in 1840. Joseph Smith was appointed guardian for the family after Edward died in March, and the Lawrence sisters went to live with the Smith family. 3 years later, in May of 1843, Emma Smith facilitated Joseph's marriages to 4 plural wives, including Sarah and Maria Lawrence and Eliza and Emily Partridge. Lavinia Smith Walker, daughter of Hiram Smith, signed a statement on June 16, 1869. "I was living with Aunt Emma Smith in Fulton City, Fulton County, Illinois, in the year 1846. She told me that she, Emma Smith, was present and witnessed the marrying or sealing of Eliza Partridge, Emily Partridge, Maria Lawrence, and Sarah Lawrence to her husband, Joseph Smith, and that she gave her consent thereto." Emily Partridge testified that Emma took her hand and placed it in Joseph Smith's hand. Emma had consented to give Joseph 2 wives if he would let her choose them for him. And as she chose Eliza, and myself, the ceremony was done in her presence on the 11th of May, 1843. She afterwards gave Sarah and Maria Lawrence to him, and they lived in the house as his wives. I knew this. Since Joseph Smith served as Maria and Sarah's legal guardian, he has been criticized for being sealed to them. The assumption is that he exercised improper influence to coerce them into their plural marriages. Arguing against this assumption is the fact Emma Smith facilitated those marriages, even if afterwards she regretted it. William Law recalled, "Emma complained about Joseph's living with the Lawrence girls, but not very violently." It seems less likely that Emma would have assisted if she viewed Joseph's aims as improper. Benjamin F. Johnson remembered, "I do know that at his, Joseph Smith's, mansion home was living Maria and Sarah Lawrence and one of Cornelius P. Lott's daughters, as his plural wives, with the full knowledge of his wife, Emma, of their married relations to him." While Maria died before the saints left Nauvoo, her sister Sarah did not pass away until 1872. Helen Mar Kimball remembered that during Sarah's last visit to Salt Lake, she denied emphatically ever being connected to Joseph. Nevertheless, neither she nor her sister left any accusations against Joseph. It seems that if Sarah felt that she had been manipulated or deceived by the prophet, she might have voiced an accusation in her later years or disparaged him to the anti-Mormon audiences in Salt Lake City. The Lawrence Estate. A second criticism regarding Joseph Smith and the Lawrence sisters stems from his purported mismanagement of the estate with accusations that he stole money from it. These allegations arise from an 1887 statement made by William Law when interviewed by expose author Wilhelm Will. Soon after my arrival in Nauvoo, the two Lawrence girls came to the Holy City, two very young girls, 15 to 17 years of age. They'd been converted in Canada, were orphans, and worth about $8,000 in English gold. Joseph got to be appointed their guardian, probably with the help of Dr. Bennett. He naturally put the gold in his pocket and had the girls sealed to him. After Joseph's death, A.W. Babbitt became guardian of the two girls. He asked Emma for a settlement about the $8,000. Emma said she had nothing to do with her husband's debts. Now Babbitt asked for the books, and she gave them to him. Babbitt found that Joseph had counted an expense of about $3,000 for board and clothing of the girls. Now Babbitt wanted the $5,000 that was to be paid Babbitt, who was a straight, good, honest, sincere man, set about to find out property to pay the $5,000 with. He could find none. Some authors have taken this account at face value. However, LDS attorney and researcher Gordon Madsen reviewed surrounding documents and concluded that most of Law's claims are 180 degrees off. Further research demonstrates the propriety of the prophet's financial decisions as guardian. The inheritance was not $8,000 in English gold, but a farm in Lima, Illinois, possibly worth $1,000, and a promissory note for $3,000 if repaid in full. Even at its most generous valuation, it was half of Law's claimed value. Neither did the prophet enrich himself by taking money from the estate. Gordon Madsen wrote, "Unlike Josiah Butterfield, who billed the Lawrence estate for boarding Edward Lawrence's three youngest children, Joseph made no claim against the estate for boarding or supporting Sarah and Maria. Furthermore, Joseph was entitled by statute to make a claim of 6% as compensation for acting as the children's guardian, but he never did." Madsen concludes, contrary to the negative picture painted by the William Law and Will interview, the record shows that he, Joseph Smith, performed his duty honorably. 3 statements indicate that the plural marriages between Joseph Smith and Sarah and Maria Lawrence may have been consummated. Lucy Walker acknowledged in 1887, "I am also able to testify that Emma Smith, the prophet's first wife, gave her consent to the marriage of at least 4 other girls, Emily and Eliza Partridge, and Maria and Sarah Lawrence, to her husband, and that she was well aware that he associated with them as wives within the meaning of all the word implies." Benjamin F. Johnson wrote in 1904, "I do know that at his, Joseph Smith's, mansion home was living Maria and Sarah Lawrence, and one of Cornelius P. Lott's daughters, as his plural wives with the full knowledge of his wife Emma of their married relations to him." Later in life, Sarah Lawrence openly denied having a relationship with Joseph Smith. She's the only one of the 35 women sealed to Joseph Smith to do so. Helen Mar Kimball Whitney chronicled her history in the pages of the Woman's Exponent. "It is a sad thing to record the apostasy of any who were once so highly favored as to receive the great spiritual manifestations which were enjoyed by Sarah Lawrence. She had been the wife of the prophet Joseph, his first wife Emma, having given her and her sister to him as his wives for time and all eternity. Sarah made choice of my father to stand as proxy for Joseph in this life, but she allows a jealous nature to have full sway. She and I became warm friends after she entered my father's family, and even after she became disaffected and thought to better her condition by marrying another, we were still friends, and she met nothing but kindness from father and his family. But the man she married had proven truant to one wife and her little ones, leaving them to struggle for existence in this valley through the hardest times experienced here. And not until they had found friends to succor and help to keep the wolf from the door did he make his appearance. And then he had very little of the gospel, though he at first professed to be a Mormon. He'd come from the gold mines of California, where he'd made what was then considered quite a fortune. It was not long before he proved the truth of my father's predictions, as he denied the faith and returned to California, taking Sarah with him. But it seems she failed to find happiness even in monogamy. As it turned out, a dissipated character, and it was only a few years before she was divorced from him. She had lost every spark of the gospel, which had once been her guiding star, and was finally left to herself. She became so wicked that when paying her last visit to Salt Lake, she denied emphatically ever being connected to Joseph or to my father, and was very insulting to those who dared to dispute her word. She abused her brother Henry's second wife most shamefully when meeting her in his store, laying to her the most humiliating and abusive accusations, which proved her to be a most vicious and heartless woman. Her brother, Henry Lawrence, was so annoyed by her unprincipled course that he was among the most thankful when she left here and returned to California, where she soon died. Helen's narrative may have exaggerated Sarah's status and feelings later in her life, but it seems clear that she lost her belief in Joseph Smith as a prophet and her devotion to the church he founded. Maria Lawrence, sealed May 1843. Maria Lawrence was born to Edward and Margaret Lawrence in Pickering, Canada, on December 18, 1823. Her sister Sarah was born 2.5 years later, on May 13, 1826. The family was converted in 1837 in Canada and moved to Nauvoo in 1840. Joseph Smith was appointed guardian for the family after Edward died in March, and the Lawrence sisters went to live with the Smith family. 3 years later, in May of 1843, Emma Smith facilitated Joseph's marriages to 4 plural wives, including Sarah and Maria Lawrence and Eliza and Emily Partridge. Lavinia Smith Walker, daughter of Hiram Smith, signed a statement on June 16, 1869. I was living with Aunt Emma Smith in Fulton City, Fulton County, Illinois, in the year 1846. That, she told me, that she, Emma Smith, was present and witnessed the marrying or sealing of Eliza Partridge, Emily Partridge, Maria Lawrence, and Sarah Lawrence to her husband, Joseph Smith, and that she gave her consent thereto. Emily Partridge testified that Emma took her hand and placed it in Joseph Smith's hand. Emma had consented to give Joseph 2 wives, if he would let her choose them for him. And as she chose Eliza, and myself, the ceremony was done, in her presence, on the 11th of May, 1843. She afterwards gave Sarah and Maria Lawrence to him, and they lived in the house as his wives. I knew this. Since Joseph Smith served as Maria and Sarah's legal guardian, he has been criticized for being sealed to them. The assumption is that he exercised improper influence to coerce them into their plural marriages. Arguing against this assumption is the fact Emma Smith facilitated those marriages, even if she afterwards regretted it. William Law recalled, Emma complained about Joseph's living with the Lawrence girls, but not very violently. It seems less likely that Emma would have assisted if she viewed Joseph's aims as improper. Benjamin F. Johnson remembered, I do know that at Joseph Smith's, mansion home was living Maria and Sarah Lawrence, and one of Cornelius P. Lott's daughters as his plural wives, with the full knowledge of his wife Emma of their married relations to him. While Maria died before the saints left Nauvoo, her sister Sarah did not pass away until 1872. Helen Mar Kimball remembered that during Sarah's last visit to Salt Lake, she denied emphatically ever being connected to Joseph. Nevertheless, neither she nor her sister left any accusations against Joseph. It seems that if Sarah felt that she had been manipulated or deceived by the prophet, she might have voiced an accusation in her later years, or disparaged him to the anti-Mormon audiences in Salt Lake City. The Lawrence Estate. A second criticism regarding Joseph Smith and the Lawrence sisters stems from his purported mismanagement of the estate with accusations that he stole money from it. These allegations arise from an 1887 statement made by William Law when interviewed by expose author Wilhelm Will. Soon after my arrival in Nauvoo, the two Lawrence girls came to the Holy City, two very young girls, 15 to 17 years of age. They'd been converted in Canada, were orphans, and worth about $8,000 in English gold. Joseph got to be appointed their guardian, probably with the help of Dr. Bennett. He naturally put the gold in his pocket and had the girls sealed to him. After Joseph's death, A.W. Babbitt became guardian of the two girls. He asked Emma for a settlement about the $8,000. Emma said she had nothing to do with her husband's debts. Now, Babbitt asked for the books and she gave them to him. Babbitt found that Joseph had counted an expense of about $3,000 for board and clothing of the girls. Now, Babbitt wanted the $5,000 that was to be paid Babbitt, who was a straight, good, honest, sincere man, set about to find out property to pay the $5,000 with. He could find none. Some authors have taken this account at face value. However, LDS attorney and researcher Gordon Madsen reviewed surrounding documents and concluded that most of Law's claims are 180 degrees off. Further research demonstrates the propriety of the prophet's financial decisions as guardian. The inheritance was not $8,000 in English gold, but a farm in Lima, Illinois, probably worth $1,000, and a promissory note for $3,000 if repaid in full. Even at its most generous valuation, it was half of Law's claimed value. Neither did the prophet enrich himself by taking money from the estate. Gordon Madsen wrote, "Unlike Josiah Butterfield, who billed the Lawrence estate for boarding Edward Lawrence's three youngest children, Joseph made no claim against the estate for boarding or supporting Sarah and Maria. Furthermore, Joseph was entitled by statute to make a claim of 6% as compensation for acting as the children's guardian, but he never did." Madsen concludes, contrary to the negative picture painted by the William Law Will interview, the record shows that he, Joseph Smith, performed his duty honorably. Three statements indicate that the plural marriages between Joseph Smith and Sarah and Maria Lawrence may have been consummated. Lucy Walker acknowledged in 1887, "I am able to testify that Emma Smith, the prophet's first wife, gave her consent to the marriage of at least 4 other girls, Emily and Eliza Partridge and Maria and Sarah Lawrence, to her husband, and that she was well aware that he associated with them as wives within the meaning of all the word implies." Benjamin F. Johnson wrote in 1904, "I do know that at his, Joseph Smith's, mansion home was living Maria and Sarah Lawrence, and one of Cornelius P. Lott's daughters as his plural wives, with the full knowledge of his wife Emma and their married relations to him." The case of Maria Lawrence is strengthened because William Law charged the prophet with living in an open state of adultery with her from October 12, 1843 to May 23, 1844. Concerning Maria Lawrence's 1847 death, Mary B. Smith, daughter of the prophet's brother Samuel, wrote in 1911, "There was a mystery about Maria Lawrence. The Lawrences lived just across the street from us. Maria Lawrence died of consumption, or one might more truthfully put it, of a broken heart. My Aunt Lucy visited her and felt great sympathy for her. She said to Aunt at one time that if there was any truth in Mormonism, she would be saved, for, said she, my yoke has not been easy nor my burden light. As to what was the cause of Maria's deep sorrow, I do not exactly know. I have reason to believe that she was one of Almond Babbitt's wives after Joseph's death, and her heartbreak was as likely to be occasioned by him as anyone else." Helen Mar Kimball, sealed May 1843. Helen was born August 22, 1828, in Mendon, New York, the third child to Heber Chase Kimball and Violet Murray Kimball. In 1832, Heber, with Brigham Young, visited a branch of the church in Columbia, Pennsylvania, to investigate the Mormons. 3 months later, Heber was baptized, and 3 years later, he was called as one of the original members of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. Helen, who was baptized at age 8 in Kirtland, traveled with her family to Missouri and later Nauvoo. Controversy has accompanied discussions of Helen Mar Kimball's plural marriage to Joseph Smith for several reasons. First, she was 14 at the time of the ceremony. Helen described her introduction in an 1882 narrative. With all the false traditions in which we were born, and in consequence of the degenerate tide with which the human family has been drifting for generations past, and as the Lord had no organized priesthood on the earth, it is not to be wondered at that in our ignorance of his ways, the feelings of our natures should rebel against the doctrine of a plurality of wives. I remember how I felt, but which would be a difficult matter to describe. The various thoughts, fears, and temptations that flashed through my mind when the principle was first introduced to me by my father, Heber C. Kimball, who one morning in the summer of 1843, without any preliminaries, asked me if I would believe him if he told me that it was right for married men to take other wives, can be better imagined than told. But suffice it to say, the first impulse was anger, for I thought he had only said it to test my virtue. My sensibilities were painfully touched. I felt such a sense of personal injury and displeasure, for to mention such a thing to me I thought altogether unworthy of my father, and, as quick as he spoke, I replied to him, short and emphatically, "No, I wouldn't." I had always been taught to believe it a heinous crime, improper and unnatural, and I indignantly resented it. This was the first time that I ever openly manifested anger towards him, but I was somewhat surprised at his countenance, as he seemed rather pleased than otherwise. Then he commenced talking seriously, and reasoned and explained the principle, and why it was again to be established upon the earth, etc., but did not tell me then that anyone had yet practiced it, but left me to reflect upon it for the next 24 hours, during which time I was filled with various and conflicting ideas. I was skeptical. 1 minute believed, then doubted. I thought of the love and tenderness that he felt for his only daughter, and I knew that he would not cast her off. And this was the only convincing proof that I had of its being right. I knew that he loved me too well to teach me anything that was not strictly pure, virtuous, and exalting in its tendencies, and no one else could have influenced me at that time, or brought me to accept of a doctrine so utterly repugnant and so contrary to all of our former ideas and traditions. This was just previous to his starting upon his last mission, but one to the eastern states. Fearing that I might hear it from a wrong source, knowing as he did that there were those who would run before they were sent, and some would not hesitate to deceive and betray him and the brethren, he thought it best that I should hear it from his own lips. The next day, the prophet called at our house, and I sat with my father and mother and heard him teach the principle and explain it more fully, and I believed it. But I had no proofs, only his and my father's testimony. I thought that sufficient, and did not deem it necessary to seek for any further. As Helen declared, her father brokered the union, apparently motivated by a desire to be related to the prophet through the plural marriage. In another narrative, Helen explained, "He, her father, Heber C. Kimball, taught me the principle of celestial marriage, and having a great desire to be connected with the prophet Joseph, he offered me to him. This I afterwards learned from the prophet's own mouth." Richard Anderson observed, "Helen says several times that her father took the initiative to arrange the marriage, and very possibly he did so with a view to committing her to the prophet before her budding social life produced a choice or a proposal from someone else." A second area of controversy involves the question of whether the plural union was consummated. It is clear that Helen's sealing to Joseph Smith prevented her from socializing as an unmarried lady. The primary document referring to the relationship is an 1881 poem penned by Helen that has been interpreted in different ways. I thought through this life my time would be my own. The step I now am taking's for eternity alone. No one need be the wiser. Through time I shall be free. And as the past hath been, the future still will be. To my guileless heart all free from worldly care, and full of blissful hopes and youthful visions rare. The world seemed bright, the threatening clouds were kept from sight, and all looked fair, but pitying angels wept. They saw my youthful friends grow shy and cold, and poisonous darts from slanderous tongues were hurled. Untutored heart, in thy generous sacrifice, thou didst not weigh the cost, nor know the bitter price. Thy happy dreams all o'er thou'st doomed also to be, barred out from social scenes by this destiny. And o'er thy saddened memories of sweet departed joys, thy sickened heart will brood and imagine future woes. And like a fettered bird with wild and longing heart, thou'lt daily pine for freedom and murmur at thy lot. But couldst thou see the future and view that glorious crown awaiting you in heaven, you would not weep nor mourn. Pure and exalted was thy Father's aim, he saw, a glory in obeying this high celestial law. For to thousands who've died without the light, I will bring eternal joy and make thy crown more bright. I'd been taught to revere the prophet of God and to receive every word as the word of the Lord. But had this not come through my dear Father's mouth, I should ne'er have received it as God's sacred truth. 1 year after writing the previous poem, she elaborated. During the winter of 1843, there were plenty of parties and balls. Some of the young gentlemen got up a series of dancing parties to be held at the mansion once a week. I had to stay home, as my father had been warned by the prophet to keep his daughter away from there, because of the blacklegs and certain ones of questionable character who attended there. I felt quite sore over it, and thought it a very unkind act in father to allow my brother to go and enjoy the dance unrestrained with others of my companions and fetter me down, for no girl loved dancing better than I did, and I really felt that it was too much to bear. It made the dull school still more dull, and like a wild bird, I longed for the freedom that was denied me, and thought myself a much abused child, and that it was pardonable if I did murmur. After leaving the church, dissenter Catherine Lewis reported Helen saying, "I would never have been sealed to Joseph had I known it was anything more than a ceremony." Assuming this statement was accurate, which is not certain, the question arises regarding her meaning of more than a ceremony. While sexuality is a possibility, a more likely interpretation is that the ceremony prevented her from associating with her friends as an unmarried teenager, causing her dramatic distress after the sealing. Supporting that the union was never consummated is the fact that Helen Mar Kimball was not called to testify in the Temple Lot trial. In 1892, the RLDS Church, led by Joseph Smith III, sued the Church of Christ, otherwise known as the Hedrickites, disputing its claim to own the Temple Lot in Independence, Missouri, that Edward Partridge, acting for the church, had purchased in 1831, and which his widow, Lydia, had sold in 1848 to finance her family's trek west. The Hedrickites held physical possession, but the RLDS Church took the official position that, since it was the true successor of the church originally founded by Joseph Smith, it owned the property outright. Although the Utah LDS Church was not a party to the suit, it provided support to the Hedrickites. The issue was parsed this way. If the Hedrickites could prove that plural marriage was part of the original church, then the RLDS Church was obviously not the true successor, since it failed to practice such a key doctrine. Ironically, The Hedrichites were staunchly opposed to plural marriage and seem to have pursued polygamy as a line of inquiry only for strategic purposes. 9 of Joseph Smith's plural wives were living in 1892, but only 3 were called: Emily Partridge, resident of Salt Lake City; Melissa Lott, who lived 30 miles south in Lehigh; and Lucy Walker, who lived 82 miles north in Logan. All 3 of these women affirmed that sexual relations were a part of their plural marriages to the prophet. If Helen Marr had been sexually involved with the prophet in their plural marriage, her exclusion from the depositions is difficult to explain. Helen lived in Salt Lake City, closer than Melissa Lott and much closer than Lucy Walker, and had written 2 books defending plural marriage. Her first, Plural Marriage as Taught by the Prophet Joseph, a reply to Joseph Smith, editor of the Lamoni, Iowa Herald, Salt Lake City, Juvenile Instructor Office, 1882, was a direct response to the claims of the RLDS Church, the plaintiffs of the Temple Lot lawsuit. Her second book, Why We Practice Plural Marriage, Salt Lake City, Juvenile Instructor Office, 1884, echoed many of the same arguments. Helen's diary journal for March 1892 documents that she was aware of the visit of the Church of Christ, Temple Lot, contingent, but there is no indication that they or LDS church leaders approached her to testify. That she would have been an excellent witness to discuss and defend the fact that Joseph Smith taught and practiced plural marriage is undeniable. But if she could not testify to a full plural marriage with sexual relations, her deposition would not have been useful to the Temple Lot attorneys. Skeptics may argue that Helen or church leaders would have been reticent to admit that Helen was 14 years old when she was sealed to Joseph Smith. However, in the 1840s, a 14-year-old bride was eyebrow-raising, not illegal, and both Helen and church authorities were highly motivated to disprove the RLDS claims. The third area of controversy involving Helen Marr Kimball arises from a statement she wrote in an 1881 autobiographical letter written to her children. I heard him, Joseph Smith, teach and explain the principle of celestial marriage, after which he said to me, if you will take this step, it will ensure your eternal salvation and exaltation, and that of your father's household and all of your kindred. This promise was so great that I willingly gave myself to purchase so glorious a reward. This quotation is sometimes cited by critics as solid evidence that the prophet promised exaltation to at least one of his plural wives and her family if they would agree to the marriage. Typically omitted from such accounts is the fact that 1 year later, Helen clarified that she may not have understood everything correctly. I confess that I was too young or too foolish to comprehend and appreciate all that Joseph Smith then taught. Contemporaneous evidence from more mature family members who were better positioned to comprehend and appreciate the prophet's promises to Helen demonstrates that her statement reflects her misunderstanding of the blessings predicated on this sealing. Just weeks after Helen Marr's plural wedding to Joseph Smith, Helen's father, Heber C. Kimball, in a July 10, 1843 letter to her from Pittsburgh, expressed concern for her soul, reminding her that salvation in the next life would depend on how she lived this life. My child, remember the care that your dear father and mother have for your welfare in this life, that all may be done well, and that in view of eternal worlds, for that will depend upon what we do here and how we do it. Helen's mother, Violet, had written to Heber a month earlier on June 8, 1843, I am yours in time and through all eternity. This blessing has been sealed upon us by the Holy Spirit of promise and cannot be broken only through transgression or committing a grosser crime than your heart or mine is capable of. If 14-year-old Helen Marr understood her eternal sealing to the prophet ensured her exaltation, she was apparently alone in this understanding. 13 months after her sealing to the prophet, he was killed. Years later, she reflected, "I'm thankful that he, Heavenly Father, has brought me through the furnace of affliction, and that he has condescended to show me that the promises made to me the morning that I was sealed to the prophet of God will not fail, and I would not have the chain broken, for I have had a view of the principle of eternal salvation and the perfect union which this sealing power will bring to the human family, and with the help of our Heavenly Father, I'm determined to so live that I can claim those promises." Helen died in Salt Lake City, Utah in 1896, a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Hannah Els, sealed prior to the summer of 1843. Hannah Els was born in 1813 in Newcastle, Northumberland, England, the daughter of Thomas and Hannah Els. After immigrating to Philadelphia, they encountered church missionaries in 1838 and were baptized. Sometime in 1840, they moved to Nauvoo. During the summer of 1843, Hannah Els was sealed to Joseph Smith. Eliza R. Snow wrote to Church President John Taylor on December 27, 1886, "I think President Taylor will recollect a young English sister in Nauvoo by the name of Hannah Els. She was sealed to Joseph the prophet before his death. She died in Nauvoo in Sister Sarah Kimball's house. I loved her very much, was present at her death." In 1869, LDS church member John Benbow signed an affidavit affirming President Smith frequently visited his wife Hannah at his, John Benbow's, house. Whether those visits included conjugal relations is not clear, but possible. Otherwise, little is known regarding her marriage and relationship with the prophet. Andrew Jensen recorded, Els Hannah, described as a good and noble woman, strong lady of culture and refinement, tall and ladylike in appearance, died in 1844 at Nauvoo. Sister E. R. Snow was with her when she died in 1845. Died in the house of Hiram Kimball at Nauvoo. At her death, she appears to have been firm in her faith in the restoration.
Elvira Annie Cowles, sealed June 1, 1843. Born November 23, 1813, the daughter of Austin and Phoebe Wilbur Cowles, Elvira was baptized on October 19, 1835. The following year, she went to Kirtland, probably with her family. By October of 1838, the Cowles were in far west Missouri, only to move to Nauvoo, Illinois in early 1839. Elvira's obituary indicates that in the spring of 1840, she lived in the Smith household, staying until she married. She and her future husband, Jonathan Holmes, were engaged by September 1842 and married on December 1, 1842. Eliza R. Snow penned a poem to the couple, conjugal, to Jonathan and Elvira, like two streams whose gentle forces, mingling in one current, blend, like two waves whose onward course to the ocean's bosom tend, like two rays that kiss each other in the presence of the sun, like two drops that run together and forever are but one. May your mutual vows be plighted, may your hearts no longer twain, and your spirits be united in an everlasting chain. Elvira was nominated treasurer of the Nauvoo Relief Society at its organization on March 17, 1842. Little is known regarding Elvira's sealing to Joseph Smith. Controversy exists regarding whether it was eternity only or time and eternity. On August 28, 1869, she signed an affidavit stating that she was sealed to the prophet on June 1, 1843, without specifying the type of sealing. On February 9, 1938, just months before her death, at 88 years of age, Phoebe Louisa Holmes, daughter of Elvira Ann Cowles Holmes, recalled, "I heard my mother testify that she was indeed the prophet's, Joseph Smith, plural wife in life, and lived with him as such during his lifetime." The words "lived with him as such" imply sexual relations in the marriage. Elvira died March 10, 1871, so Phoebe's recollection spanned at least 66 years. None of Elvira's other children were able to validate Phoebe's recollection or to recall similar comments. A letter written on June 2, 1931 by church member William Wright may help to qualify the relationship between Joseph, Jonathan, and Elvira. "I was well acquainted with two of Joseph's wives, Lavina, or Elvira, and Eliza, Snow or Partridge. I came to Utah in '69 and rented Lavina Holmes' farm. Before Joseph was shot, he asked Jonathan Holmes if he would marry and take care of Lavina, but if Lavina wanted him to take care of her, he would take her. He would fill that mission to please his Father in heaven." Although this letter is very late and secondhand, it is reportedly from a man who spoke with Elvira. It seems to corroborate that Jonathan may have been given a mission to marry Elvira and take care of her in a legal pretend marriage. After the martyrdom, Jonathan would have been free to take Elvira as his own wife. She did not conceive her first child until 7 months after Joseph's death. The couple went on to have a total of 5 children together. Polygamy researcher Meg Stout wrote, "Elvira's lack of children during this time, June 1, 1843 to June 27, 1844, indicates the sealing to Joseph was not physically consummated despite Phoebe Holmes Welling's 1939 history, remembered hearsay recorded almost 100 years later. Family tradition and the lack of children also indicate that Jonathan didn't consummate his marriage to Elvira until after Joseph's death, as late as February 1845. Elvira's first child, Lucy, was born 9 months later. Elvira's daughter, Marietta, would be born 9 months after Jonathan returned from his Mormon battalion service. Elvira continued to bear a child every 2 years thereafter until she was 43 years old. Jonathan apparently respected his wife's sealing to Joseph Smith, standing proxy in the Nauvoo temple as she was resealed to him vicariously for eternity.
Rhoda Richards, sealed June 12, 1843. Born on August 8, 1784 at Framingham, Massachusetts, to Joseph Richards and Rhoda Howe Richards, Rhoda was over 20 years older than Joseph Smith. In 1807, she fell in love and became engaged to Ebenezer Damon, but he died before the couple could wed. This left her heartbroken and constituted an emotional blow from which she never fully recovered. She and her brother, future Apostle Willard Richards, were baptized in 1838 and followed the saints to Nauvoo. On June 12, 1843, Rhoda Richards was sealed to Joseph Smith. This marriage appears to have been an eternity-only sealing that did not include any physical intimacy or notable closeness. She later recalled her life of loneliness. "In my young days, I buried my first and only love, and true to that affiance, I have passed companionless through life. But I am sure of having my proper place and standing in the resurrection, having been sealed to the prophet Joseph according to the celestial law, by his own request, under the inspiration of divine revelation." Her comments that Ebenezer was her only love and that she passed companionless through life support a limited relationship with Joseph Smith. Rhoda immigrated to Utah and lived in Salt Lake City for the remainder of her life as a faithful church member. On January 1, 1879, the 65th anniversary of Ebenezer Damon's passing, Rhoda declared, "It was the first happy New Year she had known for 66 years. She said the snow looked exactly as it did the day Mr. Damon was buried." Desdemona Fulmer, sealed July 1843. On October 6, 1809, Desdemona was born to Peter Fulmer and Susanna Zerfus Fulmer in Huntington, Pennsylvania. The Fulmer family settled south of Cleveland, Ohio in 1835, and Desdemona was converted and baptized 2 years later. Desdemona moved to Nauvoo, and according to the Nauvoo Fourth Ward records, she was living in Joseph Smith's home in the spring of 1842. At that time, Joseph Smith taught Desdemona Fulmer about plural marriage. Desdemona Fulmer married Joseph Smith in July 1843. She gave this brief account. "Having been convinced of the truth of polygamy, I therefore entered into the order, but I dared not make it known, not even to my parents, for I was forbidden by the prophet, for it would endanger the life of Joseph and also many of the saints." She also reported a night vision in which an angel told her that the polygamy doctrine was true. Desdemona remembered Hiram expressed his suspicions. "After I moved out of Brother Joseph's house, Sister Hiram Smith wanted me to come for the winter with her to work tailoring, as that was a trade. And while I was living at their house, Hiram had by some way learned something about polygamy. So one evening while the family of us were sitting around the fire, he said to me, 'I will ask you a fair question. Will you answer me?' 'Yes, sir,' I replied. Brother Hiram said, 'Supposing Brother Joseph would say to you that he had a revelation from God that it was right for him to have another wife besides Emma, would you believe it was of God?' Perhaps caught off guard by Hiram's direct methods, Desdemona quickly recovered by asking Hiram if he believed Joseph Smith was a prophet. He answered yes. Then she gave her opinion that since Joseph is a prophet, she cannot pick and choose which revelations she will believe. There the conversation ended. The next morning, Hiram made mention of the subject in the following words. Said he, "If I knew that any, or thought that any woman in this house believed in such doctrine as polygamy, I would kick them 40 rods from this house and follow them and kick them still further." Soon after that, I made tracks, not feeling it safe to stay there any longer, and went to another place to live, and while living there a few weeks. On May 26, 1843, William Clayton recorded, "Hiram received the doctrine of priesthood." Shortly after his change of heart, Hiram returned to Desdemona, whom he had earlier threatened. Afterwards, brothers Joseph and Hiram came along and called there, and Brother Hiram wanted to talk with me and said, "Do you remember how I talked when you were at my home?" "Yes, sir, I do." He said, "Now I have come to make it right with you. I hurt your feelings. I ask your forgiveness, and where I have said anything against the doctrine of polygamy in public or in private, I must take it all back, for the Lord has shown unto me that I was wrong, and that Joseph was right." Then Hiram preached to me and exhorted me much, and said that I had done God's service, and for me to hold on to the faith that was taught me by Joseph, and much more he said to me on the subject that I cannot write. Possibly reflecting the biases of Utah church leaders against Emma Smith, Desdemona penned on June 7, 1868, "In the rise of polygamy, I was warned in a dream Emma was going to poison me. I told my dream to Brother Joseph. He told me it was true. She would do it if she could." Desdemona migrated to Utah with the Saints and died in 1886, a lifelong member. Olive G. Frost, sealed summer of 1843. Olive Frost was born on July 24, 1816, in Bethel, Maine, the 8th of 11 children of Aaron Frost and Susanna Gray. Olive's widowed sister, Mary Ann Frost Stearns, was converted in 1836 and subsequently married Parley P. Pratt in Kirtland, Ohio. 3 years later, Olive joined her sister as a newly baptized church member and joined Parley on his mission to England. While several of the members of the Quorum of the 12 returned to America from their missions in Great Britain in the summer of 1841, Parley, with Mary Ann and Olive, remained behind. His responsibilities ended in late 1842, and on April 12, 1843, they arrived in Nauvoo with a group of English saints. At some point thereafter, Joseph Smith was sealed to Olive Frost. Mary Ann Frost's biographer, Jane Winters Fife, postulates, "It is probable that their marriage for time and eternity took place on or near September 17th, the date that she received her patriarchal blessing from Hiram Smith, in which she was promised that she shall be blessed in the covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." This date corresponds to the second period of Emma's acceptance of plural marriage and is a possibility. Very little is known regarding the union. An October 26, 1902 entry in the Journal of Church member Joseph E. Robinson. "During the afternoon, I called on Aunt Lizzie. She knew Joseph Smith had more than 2 wives, said he married Olive Frost, who had a child by him, and that both died." This appears to contradict James Whitehead's 1885 comment that Olive died in childbirth, but more than 10 months after Joseph's death, showing he could not have been the father. Some information concerning Olive Frost was provided by Mary Ann Frost Pratt. She, Olive Frost, seemed to realize and appreciate the magnitude of the great and important mission allotted to women in the perfect plan of this gospel dispensation, and she desired to do her part in the good work. She freely accorded to man the title of king, and joyfully accepted the place of queen by his side, for it was at this time that the principle of the plurality of wives was taught to her. She never opposed it, and, as in the case of baptism, soon accepted it to be her creed, in practice as well as theory. That she was sealed to Joseph Smith in his lifetime is well known to her family by the testimony of her own words. Also, that after the death of Joseph Smith, she was sealed to Brigham Young for time. Sister Olive died at Nauvoo, Illinois, October 6, 1845, after an illness of 2 weeks and of chills, fever, and pneumonia. Melissa Lott, sealed September 20th, 1843. Melissa Lott was born January 9th, 1824, to Cornelius Peter Lott and Permelia Darrow Lott in Tunkhannock, Pennsylvania. Her parents were baptized in 1834, and the family soon migrated to Kirtland, Ohio, where they met Joseph Smith for the first time. In 1838, the Lotts moved to Missouri and then later to the outskirts of Nauvoo, Illinois, where Cornelius served as a caretaker for Joseph Smith's farm. On June 29, 1843, Eliza R. Snow recorded, "Took a ride to Brother Lott's in company with Mrs. Whitney, Mrs. Durfee, and Mrs. Holmes." By that date, Eliza, Mrs. Durfee, and Mrs. Holmes may have all been sealed to the prophet, and Mrs. Whitney had approved her daughter's plural marriage to him, of Sarah Ann Whitney. It is probable that the quartet discussed celestial marriage on that journey, and possibly later with Melissa at the farm. Melissa was sealed to the prophet on September 20th, 1843. In 1892, Melissa explained, "He, Joseph Smith, was the one that preached it, plural marriage, and taught it to me." She also testified that Emma knew all about it. She gave her consent. When asked who said that she gave her consent, Melissa answered, "My father and mother. I don't know that they went to her or she came there. I know they were both there at the time with Brother Joseph, father and mother, the whole of them, talking a good many times." Melissa Lott made a plain disclosure of her physical relationship with Joseph Smith during the Temple Lott depositions. "Did you ever room with Joseph Smith as his wife?" "Yes, sir." "At what place?" "At Nauvoo." "What place in Nauvoo?" "The Nauvoo Mansion." "At what place in the mansion?" "Do you want to know the number of the room, or what?" "Well, just what part of the house the room was in, if you can give it." "Well, I can give it, and the number of the room, too. It was room number 1. "Room number 1? "Yes, sir." "How often did you room there with Joseph Smith?" "Well, that is something I can't tell you." "Well, was it more than once?" "Yes, sir, and more than twice." "Did you ever at any other place room with him?" In what way? Of course, I mean as his wife. Yes, sir. At what places? In my father's house. The following year, on August 4th, 1893, when interviewed by Joseph Smith III, she affirmed that she was the prophet's wife in very deed. Were you married to my father? Yes. Was you a wife in very deed? Yes. Why was there no increase, say, in your case? Through no fault of either of us, lack of proper conditions on my part probably, or it might be in the wisdom of the Almighty that we should have none. The prophet was martyred 9 months after our marriage. In late 1886, independent researcher Andrew Jensen interviewed Melissa and published this report in the December issue of The Historical Record. Willis, Melissa Lott, daughter of Cornelius P. Lott and Permelia Darrow, was born January 9, 1824, in Bridgewater, Luzerne County, Pennsylvania. Her parents having embraced the fullness of the gospel, the family removed to Kirtland, Ohio, where Sister Melissa was baptized in November 1837. After the expulsion of the saints from Kirtland in Missouri, Brother Lott located with his family in Pike County, Illinois, where they remained until 1842, and then moved unto Joseph Smith's farm, located some 4 miles east of Nauvoo on the Carthage Road. Shortly afterwards, Sister Melissa became intimately acquainted with the prophet's family, and on September 20th, 1843, she was married to Joseph Smith for time and all eternity. She spent most of the following winter in his family, going to school in the so-called brick store. The prophet's children, Joseph, Frederick, and Alexander, went to the same school under the immediate watch care of Sister Melissa. In the spring of 1844, she went back to live with her parents on the farm, where she remained until after the martyrdom of her husband in Carthage jail. Subsequently, she lived with Emma Smith occasionally, until the Exodus in 1846, when she left Nauvoo with the rest of the saints. After spending 2 winters at winter quarters, she accompanied her father's family to Great Salt Lake Valley in 1848, coming through in Heber C. Kimball's company. On May 13, 1849, she married Ira Jones Willis, formerly a member of the Mormon Battalion, with whom she lived in Salt Lake City and Lehigh, Utah County, until his death, December 5, 1863. He was accidentally killed while crossing a creek near Lehigh, being thrown from a load of wood into the water, together with his son Cornelius John, about 9 years old. Both were drowned. With Elder Willis, Sister Melissa had 7 children, of whom 4 are yet living. Although now somewhat advanced in years, she is still bright and active and occupies a prominent position in the Lehigh Female Relief Society. She is ever unflinching in her testimony of what she knows to be true, and states in the most positive terms and without any hesitation that she was sealed to Joseph Smith the prophet on the above-named date and became, in the full meaning of the term, his wife, according to the sacred order of celestial marriage. She further states that when she was married to Ira Jones Willis, he fully understood that he was marrying a widow of Joseph Smith, the martyred prophet, that their association together would end with this life, and that in the morning of the resurrection she would pass from him to the society of her deceased husband. Melissa Lott died in 1898 in Utah as a faithful, lifelong member of the church. Nancy Maria Winchester, sealing date unknown. Born August 10, 1828, in Black Rock, Pennsylvania, to Stephen Winchester and Nancy Case Winchester, Nancy Maria Winchester was apparently baptized at age 8 in 1836 in Kirtland, Ohio, her family having converted to the church 3 years earlier. 2 late sources support that at some point she might have been sealed to Joseph Smith. The first is her inclusion by Eliza R. Snow on a handwritten list penned in 1886. Eliza may have been the only witness to affirm that Nancy Maria was sealed to Joseph Smith while he was living. Winchester's name is mentioned only one additional time in Jensen's notes, having been copied onto a second comprehensive list. No additional information was apparently collected concerning her involvement with the prophet. Perhaps relying on his own understanding, in his article Jensen mistakenly wrote, Maria Winchester, daughter of Benjamin Winchester. In fact, Nancy Maria Winchester was the sister of Benjamin, who himself had a stormy relationship with church leaders in Nauvoo. The other piece of evidence supporting Nancy's position as a plural wife of the prophet comes from Orson F. Whitney, who was the son of Joseph Smith's plural wife, Helen Mar Kimball, and her legal husband, Horace Whitney. It seems likely that Orson would have received information from his mother, who was still living at the time his list was published. A year after Jensen's list was published, Orson wrote that Nancy Maria Winchester was one of 9 wives of the prophet who wedded Heber C. Kimball. It is curious that Nancy's brother Benjamin failed to give evidence of her marriage to Joseph. Benjamin had many negative things to say about the prophet, even accusing him of adultery in Philadelphia in 1840, and criticizing him several times in later accusations. But through it all, Benjamin never mentioned a plural marriage or any improper relations between Joseph and his 14-year-old sister. This might be because there was no marriage, or because Benjamin was simply unaware of the sealing. Had Benjamin been aware, he would likely have condemned the plural union. Historians Scott Fawring and Richard L. Anderson argue that the cumulative evidence argument for such marginal references, supporting Winchester as one of Joseph's plural wives, does not meet historical guidelines, and Winchester should not be included. However, they were undoubtedly unaware of the opinion of Eliza R. Snow. While it appears that Nancy Maria Winchester was 14 or 15 when she was sealed to Joseph Smith, no documentation exists suggesting that she was sexually involved with the prophet. After Joseph Smith's death, Nancy was sealed to Heber C. Kimball and, in 1849, immigrated to Utah. In 1865, she separated from Kimball, marrying Amos George Arnold in a marriage arranged by Kimball. She bore Arnold 1 child and died in 1876 at the age of 47 in Salt Lake City, apparently strong in the faith. Fanny Young, sealed November 2nd, 1843. Fanny was born in 1787 to John and Abigail Howe Young in Hopkinton, Massachusetts. Fanny was an older sister of Brigham Young. Fanny married Roswell Murray in 1832, and while he refused to join the church, Fanny was baptized later that year. The Murrays moved to Kirtland, Ohio, and then to Missouri and finally Nauvoo, Illinois, where Roswell died in 1839, leaving Fanny a single woman. Beyond one recollection from Fanny's brother Brigham Young, relatively little is known regarding her November 2nd, 1843, sealing to the prophet. In 1873, Brigham reminisced, "I recollect a sister conversing with Joseph Smith on the subject of plural marriage. She told him, 'Now don't talk to me. When I get into the celestial kingdom, if I ever do get there, I shall request the privilege of being a ministering angel. That is the labor that I wish to perform. I don't want any companion in that world, and if the Lord will make me a ministering angel, it is all I want.' Joseph said, 'Sister, you talk very foolishly. You do not know what you will want.' He then said to me, 'Here, Brother Brigham, you seal this lady to me.' I sealed her to him. This was my own sister according to the flesh." Fanny was then 56 years of age. In 1870, one of Brigham's plural wives, Harriet Cook, affirmed that Fanny Young's sealing was for time and eternity. As a widow, conjugal relations were not disallowed from a religious standpoint, but there is no indication that sexual relations were contemplated or experienced by the participants. The union was likely created to fulfill Doctrine and Covenants section 132 verses 16 through 17 in giving Fanny an eternal spouse. Helen Mar Kimball remembered, "Aunt Fanny was a true saint. and was beloved by all who had the pleasure of her acquaintance. Her sympathies were always exercised for the poor and distressed. She was agreeable society for old or young, and many an evening her young acquaintances would gather at her house to hear her sing or relate the Scottish chiefs, children of the abbey, and other like tales, which she could do as I never heard anyone else. She had been a great reader, and I was named by her after the Scottish lady Helen Mar. The Youngs were all gifted singers, and when they sang together, they made a grand choir. Aunt Fanny sang many beautiful songs, but the one I loved best was Oft in the Stilly Night. She had a clear, melodious voice and sang with such pathos that all present would be affected to tears. The words are so touching and so expressive that I often repeat them as applicable to my own feelings. The November 2nd, 1843 sealing between Fanny Young and Joseph Smith represents the last documented plural marriage contracted by the prophet. Whether Emma was informed is unknown. Since the context of the sealing was to allow Fanny to have a husband in the celestial kingdom, it probably would not have been a great concern to Emma. Fanny Young Murray migrated to Utah and died in 1859 in full faith. Mary Herron, sealing date unknown. According to one isolated source, Mary Herron, the legal wife of John Snyder, was sexually involved with Joseph Smith in 1843. While the prophet was the victim of many slanderous accusations during his lifetime, this reference cannot be easily dismissed because it was made by Joseph Ellis Johnson, a devout Mormon, and recorded in 1850. The Joseph Smith and Mary Herron relationship appears to have been a unique plural marriage with several distinct characteristics. The lack of historical documentation will probably always hamper full understanding. However, observing the behavior of the men and women who knew what transpired helps to categorize the relationship. John Snyder and Mary Herron Snyder. Born February 11, 1800 at New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, the son of Marlin Snyder and Sarah Armstrong Snyder, John Snyder moved with his family to Toronto, Upper Canada, now Ontario, where he worked as a mason. On February 28, 1822, he married Mary Herron, 4 years his junior. The daughter of Richard Herron and Harriet Hill Herron, she was born November 10, 1804. Together, the Snyders had 4 children: Harriet Ellen, born September 4, 1823, Edgerton, born January 9, 1826, John Jr., born May 3, 1828, and Julia, born in 1833, who apparently did not live long. John and Mary associated with fellow Canadian John Taylor in studying scriptures in 1833. 3 years later, they were converted and baptized by Parley P. Pratt. The Snyders left Upper Canada to join the body of the Latter-day Saints in Kirtland, Ohio, in the spring of 1837. A June 4, 1837 revelation to Joseph Smith instructed Heber C. Kimball to lead a group of missionaries to England. John Snyder was among that vanguard of Mormon emissaries, the first to ever preach in Great Britain. He arrived in Liverpool July 18, 1837, and stayed until October, when he boarded a ship back to America. He joined Mary and his children in far west Missouri. They were forced to leave within a year, traveling east to Springfield, Illinois. There they were befriended by the Ezekiel Johnson family, including Ezekiel's son, Joseph Ellis Johnson, who eventually married John and Mary's oldest daughter, Harriet. Ordained to 70 on January 19, 1839, John was appointed 4 months later to serve a second mission to England with the 12 apostles, but apparently he did not go. Joseph Smith stayed in the Snyder home in Springfield while en route to Washington, D.C., to plead with federal officials for redress regarding Missouri persecutions. On November 9, 1839, the prophet wrote to Emma, We have done all that we could for the safety of Elder Rigdon on account of his weak state of health, and this morning we are under the necessity of leaving him at Brother Snyder's and pursuing our journey without him. The Snyders stayed in Springville a year, after which they united with the saints in Nauvoo. The 1842 census placed the John Snyder family, consisting of John and Mary and children Edgerton, John Jr., and Sarah, in the 3rd Ward. Their home was situated below the temple site, just under a mile from Joseph Smith's homestead and the Nauvoo mansion. On January 19, 1841, John was appointed as a member of the committee to build the Nauvoo house. John is also mentioned several times in Joseph Smith's Nauvoo journals, which were begun on December 19, 1841. December 22, 1841. The word of the Lord came unto Joseph the seer. Verily, thus saith the Lord, let my servant John Snyder take a mission to the eastern continent, unto all the conferences now sitting in that region, and let them carry a package of epistles that shall be written by my servants the 12, making known unto them their duties concerning the building of my houses. December 27, 1841. Joseph was with Brigham, Heber C., Willard, and John of the 12 at his office, instructing them in the principles of the kingdom and what the 12 should do in relation to the mission of John Snyder and the European conferences. January 28, 1842. At the office. Present, Heber C. Kimball, Wilford Woodruff, Brigham Young, and received instruction concerning John Snyder. Joseph decided that Elder Snyder should go out on a mission, and if necessary, someone go with him, and raise up a church, and get means to go to England and carry the epistles required in the Revelation, page 36, and instructed the 12, Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, Wilford Woodruff, and Willard Richards being present, to call Elder Snyder into their council and instruct him in these things, and if he will not do these things, he shall be cut off from the church and be damned. January 31st, 1842. In the evening was in council with Brigham, Heber C., Orson, Wilford, and Willard concerning Brother Snyder. March 26th, 1842. Elder John Snyder received his final instructions from the President and received his blessing from President B. Young, with the laying on of hands of President Joseph, John E. Page, and Willard Richards, and started for England same day. Elder Snyder hesitated to fulfill the December 22, 1841 revelation, apparently because he felt that the Quorum of the 12 should furnish him means. Regarding his hesitancy, church historians assessed in 1855, Elder Snyder had appeared very backward about fulfilling the revelation concerning him, and felt that he could not do it unless the 12 would furnish him means, when he was more able to furnish his own means, as all the elders were obliged to do when they went out on missions. Under more intense pressure, as these entries show, he accepted his mission and departed on March 26th. He journeyed in England until September 29, 1842, when he and 157 converts under his direction boarded the ship Henry and sailed from Liverpool for New Orleans. The group arrived in Nauvoo on January 23, 1843. Weeks after arriving home on February 18th and 19th, John Snyder was asked to serve as a pro tem member of the Nauvoo High Council. 2 months later, James Allred, John Snyder, and Aaron Johnson were appointed to administer baptisms for the dead in the river while the font could not be used. On January 3, 1844, Joseph Smith, acting as mayor, directed the marshal to bring Snyder before the Nauvoo City Council to testify on his behalf against William Law, who was accusing the prophet of sexual improprieties. On June 28, the day after Joseph Smith's death, John Snyder was invited to serve as a member of Joseph's bodyguard, escorting the bodies of Joseph and Hiram back into the city. On July 18, 1844, John served as proxy in being baptized for 10 of his deceased ancestors. Unfortunately, Mary Snyder's activities before and after the death of Joseph Smith are poorly documented. Her reactions to the multiple separations from her husband as he served the church are unknown, but her trials would not have been significantly different from those of many other wives whose husbands had similar leadership responsibilities. While it appears that Mary was not present at the organization of the Relief Society on March 17, 1842, Emma presented her name along with those of 6 others for admittance. On May 26, 1842, Mary contributed 50 cents to the Relief Society. There is no record that Mary participated in baptisms for the dead. According to a 1909 life sketch penned by Edwin George Snyder, the family, after the prophet's death, returned to Toronto, the object being to give the sons Edgerton and John Jr. a chance to learn the mason's trade. Their exit from Nauvoo at that time is strange, because John was also a mason, and there was probably ample work in Nauvoo, especially since the temple was being constructed at that time. Their absence from Illinois explains why neither John nor Mary was endowed in the Nauvoo temple or received their ordinances there. In the fall of 1847, the family moved to Iowa, and then 6 months later back to Nauvoo, where John assisted in disposing of Mormon properties after the Saints began the exodus west. In 1850, John journeyed alone to California in search of gold, leaving Mary and the children in the Midwest. Mary crossed the plains in the Almon W. Babbitt Company in the spring of 1851, with their 2 sons arriving July 17, 1851. Fellow traveler Mary Augusta Hawkins Snow recorded on May 23, 1851, "We are all rejoicing today in a glorious sunshine inward as well as outward, I trust, for all seem happy, particularly the children, after being confined in the wagon so long. Mrs. Snyder is quite sick and has been made as comfortable as possible. Her canaries, the only ones with us, are gaily singing, quite unconscious that the hand which has tended them so faithfully thus far is able to do it no longer." John joined Mary months later in Salt Lake City. Whether she suffered a lingering illness or experienced bouts of different sicknesses is unknown. She died January 31, 1852. A search of all available obituaries for Utah and the region for that period failed to identify any details concerning her death. John was never sealed to Mary during their lifetimes, even though a proxy sealing after her death would have been possible. Curiously, John waited until 2 weeks after Mary's passing away to obtain his own temple endowments. Perhaps the timing of John Snyder's first temple visit was coincidental, or possibly a sealing between Mary and Joseph Smith had created an awkward situation while they were both living. John Snyder remained in Salt Lake City, an active member of the church, and married Sylvia Amaretta Meacham on November 3, 1855. The couple had 3 children, Marlon, Martin Henry, and John Hiram, and were sealed in the endowment house on February 16, 1867. John lived the remainder of his life in the 17th Ward. He died on December 17, 1875. The notice of his death reads, "Deceased was a veteran in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, having been connected with it in the days of the prophet Joseph Smith and ever since. He was a man much respected, being true to his convictions of right." 2 weeks later, Apostle John Taylor, who had joined the church in Toronto, Canada in 1836 with John, penned a second obituary that was also published, which stated, "He, John Snyder, gathered to Utah in 1851, where he has since continued a steadfast, faithful, and honorable member of the church. Having been well acquainted with him for upwards of 40 years, I thought it proper to give the above short statement." There is no mention of his marriage to Mary Herron in either obituary notice. Joseph E. Johnson and Hannah Goddard. Joseph E. Johnson was born April 28, 1817, to Ezekiel Johnson and Julia Hills Johnson, a family destined to be prominent in early Mormonism. His younger brother by 1 year, Benjamin F. Johnson, would become a very close friend of the prophet, and two of his sisters, Delsina and Elmira, became Joseph's plural wives. On October 6, 1840, Joseph Ellis Johnson married Harriet Ellen Snyder, the oldest daughter of John Snyder and Mary Heron Snyder, in a ceremony performed by the prophet. On January 19, 1845, Brigham Young sealed Lorenzo Snow to Hannah M. Goddard, sister of his legal wife. After the sealing, but apparently prior to consummating the union, Lorenzo left on a mission. Around April 21, 1849, Joseph E. Johnson became intimately involved with Hannah, who became pregnant with his child, Joseph Eugene Johnson, born January 3, 1850, died March 7, 1852. Upon learning of the incident, Lorenzo Snow relinquished his claim to Hannah Maria as his wife, allowing her to eventually be sealed to Johnson. Endowment House records indicate that Joseph Ellis Johnson and Hannah Goddard Johnson were sealed on November 17, 1861. Together they had 8 children, 6 before the sealing and 2 afterward. In April 1849, upon discovery of Hannah Maria's pregnancy and the circumstances, Joseph Ellis Johnson's church membership was in jeopardy. He attended a council of priesthood leaders in the Salt Lake Valley on September 2, 1850, that discussed the case. Brigham Young presided at the meeting, which was also attended by Heber C. Kimball, Willard Richards, Orson Hyde, Parley P. Pratt, Ezra Taft Benson, George A. Smith, Orson Spencer, Daniel Carn, Alexander Niebuhr, Joel H. Johnson, Benjamin F. Johnson, and Joseph Kelly, secretary. Notes from that council explain: O. Hyde, speaking. There is a matter of Brother Joseph E. Johnson to be laid before the council. This matter was brought before council in Canesville. His priesthood was required to be laid down until he came here. A Miss Goddard, wife of Lorenzo Snow, became in a family way by Brother Johnson. She was living in his house. We deemed it improper for her to be there. He sent her away to a retired place. She was delivered of a child. She is again living at his house in Canesville. He wishes to retain his fellowship in the church. He says he has asked Brother Snow, and he was satisfied. Joseph E. Johnson, speaking. I am come purposely, if possible, to get the matter settled and atone for the wrong I have done. I have neglected to lay it before you before this. Brother Hyde's statements are all correct, true. All I can do is beg for mercy. I became acquainted with the girl, and the consequences are as they are. I saw Brother Snow at Canesville, and he was satisfied. I am come here to atone for the wrong I have done. During the proceedings, Secretary Kelly recorded Joseph Ellis Johnson's explanatory comments that make it clear he was not attempting to justify his conduct. I never heard any conversation to say it was right to go to bed for a woman if not found out. I was aware the thing was wrong. Had been with, he said. He was familiar with the first frigging, slang for sexual relations. That was done in his house with his mother-in-law by Joseph. The mother-in-law was Mary Heron Snyder. While disagreements exist, the house referred to by Johnson appears to have been built in 1843 in Ramus, Illinois. Observations. If true, contextualizing Joseph E. Johnson's statement, if it is accurate and was truthfully transcribed, is hindered by a lack of historical documentation regarding the relationship between Joseph Smith, Mary Heron Snyder, and her legal husband, John Snyder. Nevertheless, available research supports several observations. First, John Snyder remained devoted to Joseph Smith in the church throughout his life. This behavior could be explained in at least 2 ways. One is that John was completely unaware of Joseph Smith's relationship with Mary. In this case, all those aware of the association would have needed to keep it secret. It seems probable that if Joseph Ellis Johnson knew of the connection, at least one or two others would also have known. Hence, to keep John Snyder completely in the dark might have required a conspiracy among those informed. Maintaining the deception would have included certain risks and moral concerns, in addition to their possible discomfort with the behavior itself. Hypothesizing such a dynamic raises the question of what arguments the prophet could have employed to justify such activities and to successfully win promises of silence from those apprised. The other possibility is that John Snyder knew of the relationship and accepted it. This too is difficult to fathom, unless his marriage to Mary had experienced significant problems prior to their settlement in Nauvoo, and even then, it would not have been an easy emotional transition. How readily men and women were permitted to choose a different spouse to marry in the New and Everlasting Covenant when it was first introduced is not revealed in the historical record. But if it was ever allowed, it apparently did not happen often. Second, little can be concluded regarding the relationship between John and Mary in Nauvoo. While conjugality is documented up through 1833, the birth of their last child, the lack of pregnancy after that point could have been either the result of limited sexual relations or sterility in Mary, who was in her 30s and theoretically still very capable of conception. That John was able to father 3 children with his second wife demonstrates that he was not sterile. The fact that John and Mary were not sealed during Mary's lifetime may have been due to their absence from Nauvoo and consequent lack of access to the Nauvoo temple and the lack of opportunity afterwards. However, the sealing was not performed vicariously thereafter, even though it could have been done, especially in 1867 when John was sealed to his second wife, supports the possibility that Mary may have been sealed to Joseph Smith. Third, Mary appears to have been an active Latter-day Saint, as corroborated by her 1842 admittance into the Relief Society. Worthiness was an important criterion for all members. That Emma recommended her admission suggests that either there was no relationship between Joseph and Mary at that point, or that the relationship existed but was unknown to Emma, who did not accept plural marriage until the spring of 1843. Whether Mary would have willingly engaged in an illicit relationship with Joseph Smith is unknown, but it would seem inconsistent with her apparent moral character. Fourth, little can be said regarding general interactions between Joseph Smith and Mary. He undoubtedly met her for the first time when he, along with Sidney Rigdon and others, boarded at the Snyders' residence in Springfield, Illinois in 1839. And she may have been the Sister Snyder mentioned by Mary Isabella Hales Horn in Quincy, Illinois in June of 1841. The prophet with Sister Snyder called in his buggy upon Sister Cleveland. That their paths would have crossed in Nauvoo seems certain, but nothing beyond Joseph E. Johnson's statement places them reliably together. Fifth, the faith of Joseph E. Johnson does not seem to have been negatively affected by what he learned about the prophet and his mother-in-law in 1843. It is probable that if he viewed the relationship as immoral, his testimony may not have been compromised. Similarly, when he discussed his case with the council in 1850, the minutes do not record any reaction from the leaders to his comment about Joseph and his mother-in-law. That they convened in part to consider Joseph E. Johnson's membership status due to his adultery, he was disfellowshipped, demonstrates a lack of tolerance of sexual transgressions. That they would have disciplined Johnson but dismissed similar conduct by Joseph Smith without comment seems less likely. If the prophet was guilty of adultery, Johnson could have claimed hypocrisy, which he was careful not to do. It appears that the one-sentence record of Joseph E. Johnson's statement during the council meeting constitutes the primary evidence of a relationship between Joseph Smith and Mary Heron Snyder. Without any additional evidence, it is impossible to conclusively identify the nature of Joseph Smith's relationship with Mary Heron, if any special relationship ever existed.
Esther Dutcher, unknown sealing date, born January 25, 1811 in Cherry Valley, Oswego, New York, to Thomas Dutcher and Betsy Hurlburt. Esther Dutcher's relationship with Joseph Smith is among the poorest documented of all of his plural wives. Only one evidence, a single late attestation, refers to this sealing. The lack of additional documentation has caused some authors to discount the overall credibility and to view Esther Dutcher as strictly a possible plural wife, but one that is too poorly documented to include in a list of official plural wives of the prophet. However, since the single reference is from a reliable source, albeit late, she is included here. Esther Dutcher married Albert Smith, no relation to Joseph Smith or Apostle George Albert Smith, on May 19 or May 11 of 1826 at Boylston Center, Oswego, New York. In 1835, Albert moved his family to Ohio, where in 1837 he united with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. From there, they migrated with the Saints to far west Caldwell, Missouri, and later to Nauvoo, Hancock, Illinois, where they attended the Nauvoo First Ward in Platte, Nauvoo. In a letter from Daniel H. Wells to Joseph F. Smith, dated June 25, 1888, Apostle Wells speaks of Albert Smith, whose wife Esther Dutcher died in 1856. He, Albert Smith, was also much afflicted with the loss of his first wife. It seems that she was sealed to Joseph the prophet in the days of Nauvoo, though she still remained his wife, and afterwards nearly broke his heart by telling him of it and expressing her intention of adhering to that relationship. He, however, got to feeling better over it and acting for Joseph, had her sealed to him and to himself for time. This letter constitutes the only evidence of a plural sealing between Joseph and Esther. None of the details surrounding the sealing have been discovered, nor does Wells explain how he learned about it. Did Esther, like Ruth Vos Sayers, actively petition Joseph to be sealed to him? What role did the prophet play in the proceedings? Wells's description of Esther as sealed to Joseph the prophet in the days of Nauvoo, though she still remained his, Albert's wife, is consistent with an eternity-only sealing. However, there is no known date for the ceremony. Albert and Esther Smith had 5 children: Azariah, Emily, Candace, Joseph Albert, and Esther. Esther did not conceive any children while Albert was on his mission between September 12, 1842, and August 22, 1843. Joseph Albert Smith was conceived about 4 months after his return, on approximately December 29, 1843. The only author to list Esther Dutcher Smith as a plural wife of Joseph Smith was polygamy researcher Stanley Ivins, who identifies the sealing as having occurred by proxy after Joseph's death. He lists her as wife number 56. Esther Dutcher Smith, wife of Albert Smith, born in Cherry Valley, New York, February 15, 1811. She married Albert Smith in 1826. On October 10, 1851, she was sealed to Joseph Smith, her husband standing as proxy for the prophet. Ivins was apparently unaware of any sealing ordinance performed during the prophet's lifetime. According to David L. Bigler, biographer of Esther's son Azariah, she was a literate and gentle woman, beloved of her family. After several years of ill health, she died on September 17, 1856, at Manti, Utah, having been a faithful member of the church.
Flora Ann Woodworth, sealed spring 1843. Flora Ann Woodworth was born on November 14, 1826, in New York, the first child of Lucian Woodworth and Phoebe Waltress Woodworth. The Woodworths contacted the missionaries in 1832 and were soon baptized. They subsequently joined the Saints in Missouri and then moved to Illinois by 1839. Helen Mar Kimball Whitney described Flora Ann as a very intelligent and smart and bright girl. Joseph Smith's relationship with Flora Ann Woodworth is poorly documented. She left no records, and no sealing date is available. A March 4, 1843 entry in the prophet's diary appears to have been written Woodworth, which is crossed out and is difficult to discern. The name Woodworth appears interlineally above in shorthand, so it is possible they were sealed that day. Sometime after her sealing, Joseph presented her with a gold watch. In an August 23, 1843 journal entry, William Clayton referred to a conflict erupting between Emma Smith and Flora Ann that apparently involved the watch. President Joseph told me that he had difficulty with Emma yesterday. She rode up to Woodworth's with him and called while he came to the temple. When he returned, she was demanding the gold watch of Flora Woodworth. He reproved her for her evil treatment. On their return home, she abused him much. He had to use harsh measures to put a stop to her abuse, but finally succeeded. Seymour B. Young recalled in 1912 that Emma destroyed the watch. The name of the prophet's plural wives included Flora Woodworth, to whom he is said to have given a gold locket or watch which was stamped underfoot by Emma. Flora apparently reacted dramatically to the confrontation. The Marriage Index of Hancock County records Flora Ann marrying Carlos Gove, a non-member, the very next day after her confrontation with Emma. The level of friendship between Gove and Flora prior to their legal marriage is unknown, but it is probable that Emma encouraged the nuptial. Flora had been previously chided by Orange White, another suitor, for allowing him to consort with her, even though she was secretly sealed to the prophet. White related in 1903, "I now come to that part of my story that you will be most likely interested in, which regards the doctrine taught by the prophet Joseph Smith in regard to the plural marriage system. At first, the doctrine was taught in private. The first I knew about it was in John Higby's family. He lived close to us, and being well acquainted with him and family, I discovered he had 2 wives. Now, although only in my 20th year, I concluded to look about and try to pick up one or more of the young ladies before they were all gone. So I commenced keeping company with Flora Woodworth, daughter of Lucian Woodworth, called the pagan prophet. I was walking along the street with Flora near the prophet's residence when Joseph drove up in his carriage, stopped, and spoke to I and Flora and asked us to get in the carriage and ride with him. He opened the door for us, and when we were seated opposite to him, he told the driver to drive on. We went to the temple lot and many other places during the afternoon, and then he drove to the Woodworth house, and we got out and went in. After we got in the house, Sister Woodworth took me in another room and told me that Flora was one of Joseph's wives. I was aware or believed that Eliza R. Snow and the 2 Partridge girls were his wives, but was not informed about Flora. But now Sister Woodworth gave me all the information necessary, so I knew Joseph believed and practiced polygamy. Now, as a matter of course, I at once, after giving Flora a mild lecture, left her and looked for a companion in other places, and where I could be more sure. I was now called on a mission to go up the river 500 or 600 miles to make lumber for the Nauvoo house and temple. In the aftermath of her daughter's marriage to Carlos Gove, Flora's mother once again entered the picture, attempting to assist her strong-willed daughter. On August 26th, Clayton wrote, Joseph met Mrs. Woodworth and Flora and conversed some time. Clayton's journal also reports 2 additional visits between Joseph and Flora at Clayton's home, occurring August 28th and 29th. These meetings were undoubtedly to deal with the future of Flora's sealing to the prophet, as well as to consider the theological consequences of her rash decision to marry Gove. On the other hand, if the plural marriage between Flora and Joseph had not been consummated, then the unrecorded consequences might have been different. Flora's willingness to marry Gove on the spur of the moment and her previous behavior with Orange White raised the question regarding the level of physicality in the Flora and Joseph plural union. Melissa Lott wrote to Andrew Jensen on June 27, 1887, Flora Ann Woodworth married Carlos Gove at Nauvoo with the consent of the prophet. It appears less likely that the prophet prospectively approved of the civil marriage or had freed Flora from her eternal covenant to him prior to her legal nuptial. Our understanding of the interactions between Emma, Flora, and Joseph Smith is admittedly very limited, but it seems probable that Joseph Smith retrospectively granted Flora the needed divorce for this life. Whether other disciplinary action was taken is not recorded. Neither is it known if they agreed to also cancel or loosen the eternity portion of the sealing. Flora received her endowment in the Nauvoo Temple on January 17, 1846, and temple sealing ordinances to Joseph Smith by proxy on February 4, 1846. Despite Carlos Gove's dislike for the church, Flora convinced him to accompany the Western migration of the saints. Helen Mar Kimball Whitney provided this narrative that states her marriage to Gove occurred after the prophet's death, which includes some apparent errors. On the evening of September 1, 1846, Brother Woodworth and family arrived at winter quarters, all sick. They encamped outside of the square, a little distance from our tent. We had a temporary bedstead prepared and took their daughter, Flora Gove, into our tent, where I nursed her until she recovered her strength. Her husband was also sick with fever. She had lain helpless for many days, and her heavy raven locks were so matted together that it took me hours to comb them out. We have lived neighbors in Nauvoo and were old schoolmates. She was older than myself and was sealed to the prophet Joseph as his wife. This happened before I was aware of the principle. A young man boarding at her father's after the death of Joseph, not a member of the church, had sought her hand, in time won her heart, and in a reckless moment she was induced to accept his offer, and they eloped to Carthage, accompanied by a young lady friend, and were there married by a justice of the peace. Flora was never happy with him, as he hated the Mormons, and she felt condemned for the rash step she had taken. She made this confession to me while I was nursing her, and she said she desired to cling to Joseph hereafter. They settled at the Point, and she paid me a visit the following winter. She still expressed herself as strong in the faith of the gospel, also her great desire to cleave to the prophet. I never saw her again, as she died at that place, leaving 2 or 3 children. Andrew Jensen recorded over 40 years later. She, Flora Ann Woodworth, regretted her last marriage, her husband being an unbeliever and intended to cling to the prophet. The word cling could represent a desire to be sealed to him in eternity.